Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to talk about my experience with hard drugs. Now, before I get into this, I do not recommend hard drugs for anybody. Take this as a PSA, even though it isn't one. So it starts in 2022. I made friends with my old friend that betrayed me a lot, and for that, he gave me Xanax. And I tried Xanax for the first time. I felt like I was like floating in like a calm way. Like my mind was like so calm. I felt like I could take it all day. And that's a pretty bad feeling to get when you're on drugs because obviously you should not be taking them all day. But I felt like I could take them all day. But my experience doesn't really like actually kick off till 2023 where I got kicked out of my mom's. My friend who gave me the Xanax sold me benzoids, and it had like a funny feeling, I guess, when you take them. You feel a little different. I'm not sure I can remember much, but it like froze half my face, and my dad made fun of me for it, and he canceled my driving test because I did benzoids the day before I had my driving test, like the night before. Eventually, I move into my aunt's house, and then I leave my aunt's house and I move into the trap, and that's where I got heavily into drugs. It started with cocaine. On cocaine, you feel like powerful, focused, and energized, and happy, and it lasts for several hours. Like feel very like focused and energized. It lasts pretty much like the whole day, honestly. Even though I like snorted more than just one bump a day, but like cocaine could like kill you. It like increases your risk of death like very highly. You have a high risk of death if you consume cocaine, so I don't recommend it. And I played Call of Duty on cocaine, and it was fun. It was fun. I was like focused onto the game, and I actually like enjoyed the game, even though I never really liked COD Zombies. I played COD Zombies and Call of Duty World at War, the first game, and it was pretty fun. Eventually, I got into Molly, which is MDMA. It's like a methamphetamine. I used to drop Molly into my prime every chance I could. It was like a weird like drink. It's like I spiked my own drink. It like makes you feel like euphoric. It didn't necessarily make me horny, but it made me like hallucinate. All like auditory hallucinations. And on it you feel pretty funny too. Like I didn't necessarily felt like horny. I felt like passionate on Molly. So I guess Molly makes you passionate. It was honestly a waste of money. Cocaine and Molly affected my emotions, and I did them a lot. Cocaine gave me tremors that I don't really deal with them anymore, but for like almost a year I was dealing with tremors every day, and they were really bad when I got off cocaine. Or when I moved into my aunt's, just my tremors were really bad, and my anxiety was really, really, really bad. I was very paranoid. It made me Drugs made me more sensitive to everything. I feel more vulnerable than I ever was. I tried acid I bought before I left the trap that I tried after I left, and it sent me to the hospital because I was paranoid and hallucinating. I thought everyone at the shelter was gonna beat me up or something because they were all like crowding around me while I did acid. And like I already did the acid before I came back to the shelter that day. Well, that night. But like I guess everyone could tell like that like something was like going on, and they sort of like trip-sitted me, right? For some reason my friend that the friend that I made at the shelter was just like sleeping on a chair, and eventually he wakes up, and I tell him what's going on, and like everyone's like started like crowding me. And I remember one kid, he went off. He was getting so like excited that he went off and started punching the tree over and over. And me and the other person there was two other people, but me and the other person were like, wow, he's a total weirdo. And the other person did not want to be near that guy at all who punched the wood, because that's just some weirdo behavior. But yeah, drugs increased my likelihood of psychosis. Now I get it every time I smoke weed. And when I did acid, I was in psychosis. Like people were like popping in and out, like outside, like they were like popping out of nowhere. Like, and I felt like everyone on the street wanted to beat me up, because that was the night I got jumped. Well, I wasn't hit or anything, but I basically got jumped because I like called the cops. But I called the cops and they sent me back to the shelter. The calling the cops turned on me, because they went and put me into custody for like a few minutes just so they could take me back to the shelter. But once I get back to the shelter, I like tell the workers that like I'm scared and paranoid and shit. Scared of like everyone at the shelter. And they decided to take me to the hospital. And that's where they just sat me in a chair until I sober up. I haven't done hard drugs since, but I have smoked weed a few months ago. Probably because of the drugs and psychosis. I experience psychosis every time I hit my dab pen. Now I don't do any drugs, even though weed is allowed at my aunt's, and I couldn't be more stable. Without drugs, you're just more stable, because drugs really affect your mental health. Like, seriously, just consider that. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my relationship with energy drinks. And so, I never really got into energy drinks until 2023. I wasn't like, I don't think I like ever really drank an energy drink until that year. And if I did, I don't remember. Because I wasn't obsessed with it back then, you know? But in 2023, I tried Prime Energy, and it was amazing. It was a great drink. I also tried Monster. Monster's pretty good. And I tried Red Bull. Red Bull's alright. It all started at when I was hanging out with my edgy friend in 2023. And he was so edgy, his vibes inspired me to buy a Monster. Because I guess that's what skater guys do, you know? There's like some sort of image with drinking Monster, that you're like this edgy guy or something. So I bought a Monster, and he described it as tasting like battery acid. And whatever battery acid tastes like, it sounded about right, you know? Default Monster has the strongest taste out of any other, and it's honestly harder to get into it because of the taste. It's a very strong taste. I tried Prime Energy Blue Raspberry in fall of 2023 when I was homeless, and it was the best tasting drink I ever had, but it left my mind after I tried it. Like, I wasn't really crazy about it as I am now, you know? But I thought it was, like, exceptionally good when I tried it. And no, I did not put Molly in it. I did not have Molly at the time. Well, I did, but it wasn't with me, you know? Because it's sort of my thing to put Molly in Prime. Or it was, now that I'm drug-free and a good guy now. I only had Prime Energy once that whole year. And it's kind of weird because now I drink it like every day. Eventually I moved into my aunt's, and we went to Costco where I bought a 24 pack of Red Bull. And I drank that like every day. Red Bull is my least favorite of the three energy drinks because it has the least caffeine content. It just doesn't feel energetically explosive as the others. But it has a better taste that I enjoy more than Monster might, like, according to stats, be the best because it has the most caffeine content. But don't you think it's weird to rank energy drinks based on caffeine? I think that's kind of weird. I would say my favorite is Prime Energy, second is Red Bull, and third is Monster. It's all in the flavor for me personally. What I realized recently is that caffeine and nicotine might be overrated. And I know I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite for this. And I don't really like align with this statement that much because I'm such a hypocrite. So ignore the statement because I am clearly addicted to both, and obviously the feelings wear off. But I don't feel the effects of it as much as others do. But I would be lying if I said I didn't feel good using it either. But in my opinion, they were never too strong. Last month I got super into energy drinks and I still am now. Prime Energy is the one I drank the most so far because it's just so delicious. Now I drink an energy drink every day, preferably around or before dinner time. I just enjoy drinking them. It's like an activity to me. But that may sound really bad since I'm using caffeine and nicotine recreationally. And that may be like really weird, honestly. You use caffeine and nicotine recreationally as a way to feel an altered state. Yes, I do, and I'm not exactly proud of it. But at least it's not drugs, right? I just want to see how far along this addiction goes. Because I've already been smoking vapes for like a year now. And nothing has really happened, thankfully. I'm not like waiting for something to happen. I'm just like wondering if anything happens, and I hope not. Because I enjoy energy drinks a lot. And I don't want to get like cancer or something. I don't know. I don't know if it causes cancer or not. But it has caused like a few things. For me, it makes me really impulsive now. So I have to try to not be so impulsive when I'm on it. When I'm drinking an energy drink. But like it's like an activity for me, like I said. Like it like makes me happy just to do, you know? I guess I could just get back into coffee and overthrow this little addiction. But at the same time, I feel like I'm not really in it for the caffeine, even though I like mentioned like how Monster's the best because it has the highest caffeine content. I just think it's like weird for me to have like a caffeine addiction because like I have no job. I'm not working on anything other than like videos and music, but even then when I drink an energy drink, I'm not working on the videos or the music. So I'm not really working on anything when I drink an energy drink. I just do it for enjoyment. And I guess my life is really sad for me to only get enjoyment out of myself from drinking an energy drink. You know? Might be one of the only things I enjoy in life. And I know I made a video about the things I enjoy. But this is the only thing, like, keeping me, like, sane. Because otherwise I would be dying of boredom. And I already am every single day. Boredom is a horrible feeling. Because you feel like nothing's getting done. Even though there's nothing to do. I just get bored really easily. And I need to figure out how to, quote, stop that. Because I guess I always dealt with boredom in school, with the job. But I just don't want boredom to, like, take over my life. So I guess energy drinks is a way out of that boredom. But even then, when I'm on the energy drink, I'm not doing anything. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed hearing about my sad, boring life. Hey, it's Big Soprano. And I can't even look at myself in the mirror. Everything that happened to me was my fault. I'm guilty for the hole I put myself in. I have no job, no car, no girlfriend. And this all started in 2023. Ever since an incident where the cops were called last year, I was never the same. And it was all my fault, too. My life is nothing but anger now. And I'm too deep in the hole to get a job. I've been in this state for a year now. And when I tried a job, I had no success. So I've been this way ever since the incident. And the only way I could atone now is to treat my family right. And that's the only bit of good I do in my life now for the past almost a year. I've wronged my dad, my mom, my brother, and my friends. One of the reasons I'm suicidal, other than impulses, is my guilt, and I will carry this guilt to my grave. I feel like everything that happens to me is my fault now. My dad getting evicted, my mom kicking me out, my aunt threatening to kick me out. I normally react to threats out of anger, but now I respond with understanding, even if it was a violent threat. I have never once lashed out at the family I currently live with, and I prefer to keep it that way, out of a way for atoning for my past mistakes. I am guilty for the state I currently am in. I look at myself in the mirror and refuse to acknowledge my mental state. I try to bury it down, but one good look at me and you could tell a lot out about me. I honestly look away out of fear and refusing to accept, but one good look in the mirror and I could see through myself. To myself in the mirror, I look deeply troubled and mentally ill. My eye bags, the look in my eyes, my facial hair, I just look fucked, honestly. And it sort of sends me into a spiral every time I look at myself in the mirror. Like I look as mentally ill as I feel deep down. And I try to cope with it. I try to hide those feelings. But you can see right through me when you look at me in the eyes. It's just my face that says it all, honestly. And I'm not saying I'm ugly or anything. I'm saying the look in my eye, the eye bags, the facial hair, I do not look good. And it's been that way for over a year now. In the webcam, I feel more proud of the look of my looks. Like, I feel more handsome than I feel in the mirror. And I look more handsome than in the mirror. I just overall look better through a webcam than the mirror. But all of that goes away when I take one good look at myself in the mirror. I look more depressed than I actually feel in the moment, but that's because I'm hiding my depression from myself out of cope. Deep down, I feel as I look mentally ill and so out of it. Out of all of these things, I look out of it. Extremely out of it. Like I'm not even in the moment right now. Like my consciousness is about to fade away. That's how out of it I look. It makes me wonder if people look at myself the same way I see myself in the mirror. And honestly, if they do, I don't know if they do, but the thought scares me. If they do, then no wonder I get treated the way I do. I look pretty fucking bad. In a bad way. I cope with smoking, energy drinks, YouTube videos, and jacking off. And I'm trying my hardest to quit jacking off. And even on days where I don't do the deed, what actually happens is I catch myself before I climax. So I still beat it during the day, technically. So I might be as wrong as I am to actually do the deed. Because on impulse, I could have very well have done the deed. I do it out of boredom and impulse. And every time I fully fail, I feel nothing but deep guilt. Just horrible guilt. I wish I was a different person. That's how guilty I feel. And just know that is a sign of mental illness and addiction for those who don't know. And also I spiral thinking about how much someone could know by just looking at me. Because I am as out of it, mentally ill, and degenerative as I look. It's not the way I dress, I mean my face. Because to me, my face tells a lot about me. My mental state, my mood. Hell, I don't even see a mood when I look at myself in the mirror. I just see that I'm out of it. And it's been incident after incident for the past year. Now things are better ever since I moved to my aunt's. But it was just incident after incident after incident. Trauma after trauma after trauma. And it was a really bad time for me to be alive. 2023 was my worst year of ever existing. Honestly. And I wonder if people could tell my mental illnesses just by looking at me. Because I gained OCD through some stupid phase I had where I was really obsessed. And now I'm stuck with it. Probably for the rest of my life. Because I talked to my therapist and my psychiatrist about it. And none of the meds help at all. They're increasing the dosage of one of the new meds I'm taking. It's not new. I've been taking it for like half a year now. Over half a year. Might as well be a year. It's closer to a year than half. But yeah, my meds just honestly don't work. I should have told that to my psychiatrist when I saw him yesterday. But I didn't. I should have wrote a whole list of what I wanted to say because there's a lot I could have said that I left. So I'm trying my best to better my mental state, but I just look the worst I've ever looked. And I've looked the worst I've ever been for over a year now. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my cigarette addiction. Well, currently, I don't have a pack on me, and I probably won't in the future. But I just wanted to talk about my new addiction, because these types of videos seem to be getting views on my channel, which is pretty good. I'm already at 100 subscribers, so that's pretty good. But yeah, it all started back in 2018. I get back from my trip to Quebec, and while I was in Quebec, I saw my uncle smoking on the balcony there, and like the smell, like it inspired me. It gave me the idea to smoke cigarettes. So shortly after the trip, my mom buys a pack of cigarettes. I guess she felt inspired too and decided to smoke some cigarettes, right? Can't blame her. But I asked my mom if I could have some, and I went on to smoke cigarettes like a few times, probably like 3 times. I was like 13 at the time, and I smoked cigarettes out of guilt because I felt like I deserved it for some reason. Like, I don't know, when you're that age, you just kind of feel like everyone hates you or something. Like, I had good friends and a good circle at the time, and I still do. But I just felt like everyone hated me for, like little to no reason. Like, probably, like, there's probably, like, a few small reasons. But I felt like everyone hated me, you know? I never really touched cigarettes again until 2022. And also, it was like a big deal in my friend group when I smoked cigarettes. Like, I tweeted on my private vent account, Twitter, and all that. And it got some attention from my friends. And I think they, like, felt bad for me. Thought I was making a bad choice. But, like, it was, like, a big deal for some reason back then. But I would not touch cigarettes again until 2022, when I started smoking weed. In 2022, I would smoke weed every single day because my brother got me into it. And it was like around, before I left McDonald's, I got hooked on weed. And it was honestly really fun. But brain really does rot your brain. Like, you could feel it, honestly. But my dad would bring me multiple packs of cigarettes because he started to visit more. Like, he probably didn't visit at all in, like, the past, like, and he probably, like, visit a few times a year, but he started actually, like, visiting more and more. So that was pretty nice. And he would give me packs of cigarettes, and they were native smokes too. So they had a very strong smell that I honestly liked. I would make spliffs out of them, thanks to my brother who brought the idea. And they would, like, make your head spin. Like, I felt like I was spinning. Like, it was honestly, like, pretty fun when I did it. I probably won't do it again because weed gives me psychosis, like I always say in my videos. But I would smoke cigarettes with weed inside them. That's what a spliff is, for those who don't know. For all the people that came from Twitter and haven't touched a single drug, which is good. That's good. But I thought I would inform you. So that's what spliffs were. Spliffs became my go-to other than smoking weed out of a bong, which was my number one. I would do that all day, every day, and I would probably like work out and listen to music while I'm high. And it was honestly pretty fun. When I stayed at my dad's for a few months, it it was a horrible experience because I was kicked out. I would smoke cigarettes until I was kicked out. It wasn't for the cigarettes. But now that I live with my dad, I could get cigarettes directly from the source because he always bought like a pack, like multiple packs because they were cheaper the more you bought them. So yeah, cigarettes are pretty expensive. So buying multiple would cost a pretty penny. We don't have pennies here in Canada anymore, but it's a saying, pretty penny. But yeah, I now that I live with my dad, I could get cigarettes directly from the source. And I would smoke weed and cigarettes inside my dad's apartment. And like, which is honestly you're not allowed to do at all. You would get kicked out. But when the landlord checked up on the place, she said nothing about the horrible smell and tobacco spilled all over the desk. Like, she said nothing, not a word. She didn't have a single complaint. She probably was scared of us or something. But I would sometimes smoke 2 cigarettes at the same time back then. And my dad told me not to smoke more than 4 a day and don't inhale. And honestly, I don't remember how many I smoked. On the top of my head, it sounds like 8. But I'm not sure. I don't really have any like evidence to back that up. But 8 is quite a lot. I leave my dad's to for I leave my dad's to stay at the aunt I'm currently with for a while. But this was before I permanently moved in. So while I was staying there, over there I would smoke cigarettes simply out of guilt. Like because like I went through so much that year. And I would smoke cigarettes just out of guilt and depression. And that still affects my smoking today, that feeling. Smoking was like cutting myself at the time. That's how bad it felt. And it's not because it's like actually bad. Like I know it's bad for you, but if you smoke a cigarette, you're not going to feel bad unless you have some, emotional weight to it like I did. So I would only smoke cigarettes if I felt guilty or horrible about myself. And that was not a good habit, honestly. Eventually I moved into my other aunt's house where my brother got me a vape to get off of cigarettes because they smelled so bad and he didn't want me to get in trouble. Which honestly, I appreciate that. But my aunt's friend smoked cigarettes on the balcony there anyway, so it didn't matter. So I moved to the trap, leave the trap, then I go to the shelter where I smoke cigarettes a lot. And this is where that guilt like really started to take over me. My mom said I was even groggy one day because I had a few too many cigarettes that day. Smoking cigarettes was still a thing I did out of guilt until my aunt, who I was with before my other aunt, took me in permanently, where I smoked cigarettes for a while longer. Eventually my aunt and uncle catch on even though they already know I was smoking. But the way I would talk about it was uncomfortable and egotistic to them. I would constantly say, I'm going to smoke a pack to my aunt, and I come off as an egotistical dickhead who orders people to bring cigarettes out of pride. Which was basically who my dad is. My dad hurts others out of, like, I don't know, self-fulfillment. And I bet he feels good doing it. So now that I come off like to my dad, I quit cigarettes for like 7 months. I don't know the exact like amount of months, but that sounds about right. I picked up cigarettes again a few months ago, but only for a week, then never again. I get told of an email by HOA saying you can't smoke in the backyard, so I have to go for a walk to smoke. So I quit because the smell in the email made me feel guilty. Like I was so guilty smoking cigarettes before that the smell made me feel guilty. Now I picked up cigarettes again a few days ago, or actually like a week ago, and the feelings of guilt and shame were strong until I got more into smoking again. I smoked a few cigarettes a day the past week, and I slowly got rid of the guilt. Now I can smoke a cigarette without feeling guilty. But now that I've run out of cigarettes, I'm probably not going to buy another pack. because I'm low on money and I'm not willing to fully get into cigarettes again and get all groggy. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about people you should stay away from and types of friends to cut off. So first, let's start with someone who has anger issues. I once had a friend whose humor was anger issues. All of his jokes were personal rants and insults, and every time he talked, it was a rant. If someone has anger issues, they will insult you for little to no reason. And anything that ever happened to you, they will use that as leverage. So don't trust anyone with anger issues and don't become friends with them. Because honestly, they're evil. They're evil people who use you to make fun of you. And my friend, I gave him a cat and he still unfollowed me. He made me really uncomfortable when we hung out. And he was genuinely raging at Smash Bros. And was throwing personal insults at everyone except for me. Because this was my first time hanging out with that group. He was genuinely raging over like how Zelda is broken and how he died to Zelda. And he was like screaming and the windows open. People probably heard that on the street. And now he's making a shitty short film and I hope he fails. Like seriously, how do you move on from that? How do you move on from being such an angry person with anger issues and become some sort of director? No one's gonna want to work with you if you just insult them, you know? So I'm surprised he even has a shitty short film. Or at least it's in development. But I had a friend who would beat on me and call me insults. So do not befriend someone who insults you and physically abuses you. She would physically assault me every time I turned my back on her. And I couldn't hit back because she was a woman. Because why would I? I have strong morals. I would never hit a woman. She called me ugly and shit every time she could. And when we sat with each other in class, she started saying shit like, wait, Big Soprano is actually chill and shit like that. Because she actually, she approached me with no underlying intentions. So I came off as normal to her because she decided to have a normal outlook on me just because we were in class and all that shit. She cheated on her boyfriend with my friend who killed himself. Not necessarily cheating, but cuddling. And honestly, I would not want my girl cuddling with another dude. And this dude did not have shit on her boyfriend. So, I don't know why she chose that. But another people who you should not be friends with is people who don't publicly support you. My friends don't give a fuck about me. They don't publicly support me at all. If I was wrongly assaulted by a random stranger, they would not even defend me. Hell, if we had an argument, they'd probably beat on me too. They don't support my music or any of that. Only one friend does, but the rest doesn't give a fuck. They honestly do not give a fuck about me. I also have another friend who knows of my videos and my music and does not watch them or listen to them. There's also a lot he hasn't done for me, so oh well though. I forgive him, at least, out of all the people here. He's not on this list. But do not be friends with people who start arguments all the time. I asked if my friend was playing Yakuza, and another friend started an argument saying how I only talk about Yakuza just for self-fulfillment or whatever, like looking for validation or some shit like that. Like, this came out of fucking nowhere. I asked my friend if he was playing the game, and another friend jumps in like a fucking asshole and just started a random argument. And this dude always starts random arguments. He was saying it's like everyone knows it's true. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. And it was the most random argument he ever started, honestly. It pissed me off so bad, but I decided to troll him, and he took everything I said so seriously. And one time I said his beats were shit, and my friends ganged up on me for 2 full hours. It was fucking hell. My friends are so low IQ that they're socially inept and only good at school, nothing else in life. and I hope they never make it far because we have so many differences in logic that their side sounds so illogical and genuinely brain dead that they think they're right. I honestly hate a lot about them so much. Like, I just hate how they act. I'm still friends with them though, because at least there's some good. But another people who you should not be friends with is people who ask for money. And it's fine if they're moving out for like an abusive household or something and like raising money. That's totally fine. But not when they ask money to spend on weed and shit like that. My brother used to ask for money every time he could. And he was like a genuine leech. He always begs me for money and cuts me off or acts rude when I don't. He thinks I'm richer than him when we both live on disability. One time he said he would put in a good word for me if I gave him money when I was so paranoid and just got out of homelessness that I actually gave him money. He really manipulated me for money there. Also, do not be friends with people who shag. If two people in your friend group are dating after the friend group was established, then cut them off. Chances are all they talk about is fucking each other and how much they love each other. And nobody wants to hear that. That's corny and disgusting. Obviously, they're not all that bad, but from most I've seen, they're just really annoying. They're probably like the least offensive people on this list. They're just so annoying. But most people who I've seen who date people in the friend group get really annoying about it. Just that's it. But another people you don't want to be friends with is drug addicts. They'll use you for drugs and steal from you. This, like, mark my words. They will steal from you eventually. Or harm you. They always have anger issues. They always threaten. And, of course, they always ask you for money. And they act all... They act all grabby when it comes to money. If you... Like, my friend, when he made a list of stuff I owed him, he just added on a bunch of random fucking shit that I did not fucking take from him, that I did not use, and he just added it to the fucking list. He just kept adding on random shit that I didn't do, didn't have, didn't use, and kept adding on to the list to make me owe even more money. So honestly, fuck him for that. My life is like a doomsday clock. I feel like my life is so close to a total fall off and like some sort of earthquake. Like everything in my life will just drop me back into homelessness. And while things got better since I thought this, I will just add that on to the end of the video. So don't worry about me if anything that I'm saying sounds scary. So, I'm scared of ever going homeless. For a reason, you know. It was the worst time of my life. 2023 was the worst part of my life. Ever. Even worse than 2019. Just a total fucking shit year. With shit happening after shit happening. Being homeless, doing drugs. Having withdrawals. Having felt the effects of drugs, how it affected my mental health. The worst my mental health has ever been. No therapy, not taking meds until the latter end of the year. Or at least not taking meds that actually work. It was just a really fucking shitty year for me, honestly. And I still look back on it, and I'm still pained by it. Just everything I did, everything that happened to me. And I'm just scared for the future. Like, what if that all happens again? You know? Like, what if history is doomed to repeat itself? And that's what I'm scared of. And I feel like my life is a doomsday clock. Because my aunt and uncle told me they want to move almost 3,000 kilometers away. AKA a 38-hour drive. And I barely had a reaction. I tried to keep it cool. I did not panic. They told me not to panic. And I was scared because I have nowhere to go. My mom can't take me in. My friend is dead. My dad's shitty motel is getting destroyed very soon. My mom wants to move away, and I guess when the time is right I can move with her. But she wants to go in a different city. She always does this where she says she wants to move in a different city. So I'm not sure if this is happening or not. But whatever happens, I can't go to my aunts who my mom lives with because they kicked me out because I didn't have a job. And I don't plan on getting a job soon. I'm just depressed. I don't think a job would be good for me right now. Even though it'd be good to get money, that's the only good part about it. I'm not ready for like the social implications and like I don't know, the boredom, I just can't handle it. I don't know. And shit already happened to me last year while I was working. So I'm kind of like traumatized. I don't really want to go back to that again. And last time I had a job, it just didn't work out. It was too boring and all that. But yeah, I'll stop. But last year was tragedy after tragedy, and my life was on the verge of collapse for probably like months. Now it feels like I've been on the verge of collapse since I moved in. And now is the first time I ever got proof of it since I moved. My life in the trap house was doomed to fall apart because I was homeless right after. And now I'm out of options unless my aunt and uncle decide not to move away. I just can't move out or from my old place because I'm poor and life would be so much harder if I lived alone. If I lived alone, I would probably relapse and start doing drugs. That's how depressing the idea is to me. I'm not saying I will do drugs, but who will stop me? Exactly. I feel like my life is doomed to fail no matter what. How hard is it to live on disability and be comfortable for the rest of my life? I'm not saying I'm never getting a job, but with the situation I'm in, I just want to live comfortably. Living in a $500 a month apartment alone does not sound comfortable at all. My mom said I'll move in with her when she gets a new place, but I'm not sure if she'll move in by the time my aunt and uncle decide if they're moving or not. But I am feeling hopeful and think my mom will probably save me. I own a lot of stuff and I can't go homeless. What the hell does a homeless person do with an entire computer setup? But yeah, I said I'll update. The update is my aunt and uncle are not moving anytime soon. It will probably be 5 to 10 years away, but not anytime soon at all. So I am safe, thankfully, because since I rely on them for shelter, I basically have nowhere else to go. But my mom said if they do move, I can live with her because she does plan on moving. And she said she will get a place on time so I won't be homeless. So, good news. I won't be homeless anytime soon. And I couldn't be happier. Because being homeless fucking sucked. I got stolen from. I almost got beat up a few times. I was scared. I was scary. Just because I was mentally ill. I was genuinely scary, apparently. I'll add on to this in a future video. But I was scared, I was scary, I was paranoid, I was anxious. Just like anything could happen when you're homeless. So don't go homeless. And if you've been homeless, I feel very sorry for you. Because that was the worst time of my life, honestly. 2023 had some of the worst moments of my entire fucking life. And I'm not going to say that all of it was not my fault. Because honestly, a lot of it probably was my fault. Sadly. But I just don't want that shit to happen again. And I've been paranoid for months. Like, what if history is doomed to repeat itself? And I've only recently got over that, like, fear. Like, it just faded away, that fear. But my aunt and uncle saying they're gonna move away kind of, like, reignited that fear. And I was honestly kind of scared. Like, I didn't really, like, react very poorly to it. I honestly, like, took it well. But it was in my mind, what if I go homeless again? And that's not a good thought to have because I never want to be homeless again. And the only reason why I'm not homeless right now is because I haven't fucked up. Because the last time I was homeless is because I fucked up. I really fucked up. I played my cards wrong. I fucked up. I did some shitty things. And yeah, I fucked up. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to talk about my experience with women. My experience with women go back a few years because I haven't pursued a woman in probably like 2 years. So these are my high school days, before prom, well, after prom. This all takes place like before and after prom. So basically, I only started pursuing girls in like 2021. So yeah, every girl I pursued were each big parts of my life at a time. Like that's all I focused on. That's all I put my time for. That's all I put my energy for. Like, asking girls out, talking to girls, and all that. That's what it's about. I guess you could call them situationships because let me pull that up. A romantic or sexual relationship that is not considered to be formal or established. That may be pushing it a little. Maybe that applies in some instances or not at all. But it could like sort of apply to all of these girls. Not really though, because it's not like they likes me back. So that doesn't apply to all of them. So what else do I call them? My ex? Hell nah. Like, what do you call a girl that you pursued a part of your life? Like, a girl that was a big part of your life that you pursued. What do you call that? I haven't really found a definition for it. And honestly, I'm quite surprised. I thought more people would be going through the same things as me, but I guess not. Anyways, the first girl I ever pursued was autistic and liked Five Nights at Freddy's and Fortnite. Like, she was like a bra girl. She was like weird, but apparently I'm the weird one. She's like weird, that's like her whole thing. And quirky. Not necessarily funny. But we were hanging out, and the first time we hung out, someone brought up that we should date, and we honestly felt closer after that moment. Like, we didn't say, like, oh, shut the hell up. Shut your bitch ass up. We didn't say that. We just, passed it. We just like, let it pass. And, we felt closer in the moment. And to my surprise, she was not interested a single bit, which I learned later. Every part of my life was just to please her, and it didn't work. I gave her the Fortnite Battle Pass and a skin, and she made fun of me on her private snap. Like, this is some, like, backhanded, like, shit-talking group, like, make fun of sort of the thing. Like, she basically backstabbed me, even though I did a pretty stupid thing. Like, who the hell confesses... I didn't confess my love, but I just gave her Fortnite stuff. But, like, who the hell does that to show that you like someone, right? It was really stupid of me. But I don't think I deserve to be, like, made fun of privately. Like, at least make fun of me in the moment, right? I think that was really stupid, honestly. I confronted her on it, and she started crying. On text, though. She wanted to take me out to Popeyes during lunchtime to apologize. And all that. We, like, planned this out. I just kind of went with it, because, like, I didn't really care. Honestly, even though it was really stupid what we both did. Even though it was really stupid, I didn't really care. And I did not mean to make her cry or anything, all that. I guess she just felt really guilty. But, so we planned out this Popeyes thing. I wasn't really, like, fully in on it. So, I brought my friends with me. And they were acting like, like how they usually do. Just cracking jokes. So, obviously, though, it wasn't the moment for, like, some sort of, like, apology. Or, like, some sort of, like, not a confrontation. Because I already confronted her, But, like, some sort of, like, conversation. Some important conversation. An apology. I guess. That's what it was for. So, it was nothing special because I brought my friends, And I don't regret that. I kind of just, like, got over it pretty quick. Like, bringing my friends just showed that, like, I got over it and I don't give a fuck, So, we used to go to thrift stores together, but I guess we had nothing special. I guess if you share an interest with a girl, they don't immediately like you. Wow. What a surprise, am I right? Well, I was surprised at the time. honestly. But yeah, it was nothing special. The next girl I pursued was my favorite girl I ever. The next girl I pursued was my favorite girl I never had. She's pretty and was into music more than other girls. So when we talked, I just recommended music, and she seemed to enjoy that because she actually liked the songs she never heard before. Like, I remember this one moment, I sent her while she was like getting trained or something, or like on break. I sent her a song, and she actually like really liked that song, and she added it to her playlist. Like, she told me like, "Wow, Big Soprano, I really like this song that you just showed me." Like, she'd never heard the song in her life, but she really liked it. It was it was a song from The New Abnormal by The Strokes. Let me look it up. It was The Adults Are Talking, that song. So she really liked that song that I showed her, and I guess she appreciated that. We only hung out once, and that was only after I stopped going for her, and it was nothing special of an event. Like, it was just me around like multiple girls. Like, it wasn't awkward, but I was out of my depth, to say the least. I asked her to prom before we ever hung out, and she said yes in person. But on text, she said she only sees us on as friends and doesn't want to go. Which is like, okay, at least you're pretty. But come on, you could have told me like that in person, right? I thought that was pretty stupid. And that honestly hurt me a lot back then. I stopped talking to her after, and I actively avoided her, honestly like a dickhead. I didn't like lash out at her or anything. I just completely avoided her, and I've done that to another girl before. But it's not a nice thing to do. I guess it's not a nice thing to do to ignore a lady. So I am not going to do that again. We eventually became friends again before I graduated. And next is an interesting girl, to say the least. We've known each other since elementary, and I basically ruined that entire friendship. We started hanging out after graduation, and I guess she thought I was funny. Like, we hung out like 3 days straight. Because I went to graduation in Kanye's foam runners that were a size too big, everyone was talking about it, and my grad quote was, "It's about drive, it's about power, we stay hungry, we devour." Like, that Rock, when Rock made a rap song, and he's like rapping, that was the quote. It was pretty funny. So I think she thought I was charming. The most I did we hung out was put my arm around her, and honestly, I'm probably never going to do that to a girl ever again. It's just corny. Anyways, we went to prom, and you all know the story. I left prom early and never talked to her again. I have not had a love life in 2 years, as I'm content with being lonely for the rest of my life. So it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about something pretty personal, something bad that happened to me in 2020. This is like a really dark time for me. Not the worst day of my life ever, but it was a pretty bad period of time that happened all the way in 2020. So, my brother gets caught for a crime and is sent to jail in 2020. Right? I won't say what crime it is because that's his privacy, and I will not be disrespecting his privacy like that. But it was a very personal thing that happened, and my mom, it freaks my mom out. It freaks me out. To an extent, it freaked the entire school out. Just not what he did, but what he did. What was it? No, he did what he did before. What he did before was what freaked the school out, but it wasn't a crime. But yeah, that's unrelated. So my mom has a breakdown about it, which I wasn't there for. Like, I guess she like mentally shut down or something. And being a single mother, life is really hard. So to have something like this happen, it must have been really hard for her. So I think she like mentally shut down or something. Because in late 2020, she sends me and my little brother to a foster home. Like, it's like she called the cops or something and said, please take my kids, I can't take care of them anymore. Or I don't know the process, I don't know what process she went through for this to happen, but it felt very spontaneous, you know? Like, we could have, if we had known, we probably would have been better around the house and all that. Not get on my mom's nerves or, like, cause her any, like, anxiety. We would have done better if we knew, but me and my brother get sent to a foster home. The lady comes to pick us up, like, just one day, like, out of nowhere. And I almost cried when the social worker took me and my brother. It was, like, probably, like, one of the worst days of my life, but not the worst. It's probably, like, top 10, not even top 5, I've had way worse things happen to me. But over there, you had to take a mandatory shower because it was during COVID. So, like, every time you leave the house and you come back, you have to shower just to get rid of germs and all that. I guess it was some sort of, like, defense, against, like, COVID. Take a mandatory shower there. I filled my friends in on what happened. And it was pretty tough to talk about, honestly. Like, it just came out of nowhere. I had no idea how I would tell my friends, so I just told them it, like, as directly and as, like, straightforward as I could. So I was, like, 15 at the time. But from then on, me and my friends, we called on data, and it was laggy, and it could run out at any time because the place didn't have Wi-Fi. But despite that, there was a kid playing Fortnite every day upstairs. But I never asked for the Wi-Fi, which I should have. That probably would have made my life easier because all day I would sit in my room on Twitter or Discord. And going to school was the most depressing thing, honestly. Like, I had accounting class, and all this accounting, and I go home to a place that I would never call home. Like, it was really depressing for me. So it was really sad to go to school, honestly, but I still went anyways. In accounting class, I didn't make any friends until the last few weeks, and they made things more fun despite my situation. And one day at the foster home, they made butter chicken homemade, and I really enjoyed it. So that was, like, one good thing out of just, like, a whole period of shit, And the way it works is that the people there are workers, not like a foster family. So they get paid to, like, sleep there every night, and then they would, like, switch workers and all that. I had a nice worker who would take me to doctor appointments, and the other would take me to school every day. They even picked me up from school. But overall, I was very depressed. Like, it was a pretty bad point in my life. I was at the point in my life before that where everything I did felt like some sort of, like, really good vibe and felt very euphoric in a good way. Like, I don't know, I could never go back to it now. Like, I could never feel that again because, like, it felt very euphoric. Like, the Japanese band, the Fishmans, would make me feel euphoric and happy. Like, euphoric in, like, a very good way. Like, I felt very good. Like, I don't want to say aesthetic, but, like, I could, like, feel, like, the aesthetic of, like, the Fishmans or whatever and feel that and, like, have, like, overwhelming nostalgia and, like, this feeling of, like, euphoria. And that applied to, like, everything in my life. Like, my room was lit up, like, really nicely. Like, I really, like, liked the way my room was, like, lit up. I liked the video games that I played. And especially the music. I loved the music that I would listen to. And the feelings I would get. But after I got drafted to the foster home, I never felt those feelings ever again. Eventually, me and my brother leave the foster home to stay at my aunt's, the one who was kicking me out for not having a job years later. And I was still not having it at my aunt's. It was 2021, and I was still not at the one place I call home. So I would have a mental breakdown, listen to Waltz 2 by Elliott Smith on loop. And, like, I loved Elliott Smith at the time. He felt the way I felt at the time, and, like, his music, like, it really, like, resonated with me at the time because it was such a terrible time I was going through. So his music was, like, really sad to me, and his music is really, really good. Like, I loved Elliott Smith at the time. He's the most tragic figure in music because he killed himself, And it was really sad. I didn't even know he died until after I started listening to him because my friend posted it on his story. But yeah, he's a really tragic figure. He was abused at an early age, and like I just felt like him and like his music resonated with me at the time. I would always listen to Waltz 2 by Elliott Smith on loop. Like, I didn't even turn it off when my favorite uncle came to check in on me because I was suicidal to my mom. And he's a very caring guy. He knew what I was going through and brought me butter chicken. It was very cool of him to do that. I guess, like, those, like, few months was, like, a period of butter chicken because butter chicken was so good. But eventually me and my friends would get to calling again after I leave the foster home. But every time we play a game on Switch, like at the time, the recent release of Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, my Switch console would lag out the whole game session. So the whole time I blamed my internet for the reason of lag, but it actually turned out to be my Switch Wi-Fi card being fried or something because I set the MPU to 1500 or something. So basically, don't mess with your MPU settings on your Switch. The console will give out when it comes to online connection. But yeah, I would not be released from this hell until spring of 2021, where I came back to my house, and I found out my cats don't like me as much anymore. It didn't even seem like they missed me, because before I left, I feel like my friendship with the cats was at its peak. So that made me very sad, and I just felt like I couldn't be happy anymore. Even today, I wish I could go back to the days where everything good felt euphoric and amazing. Because now I don't enjoy anything I used to like.
Tobey Maguire got bit by a spider, but me must have been bit by a goat.
Hey, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my experience and relationship with autism. Because I was diagnosed with autism, Asperger's, at a very young age. It is a high-functioning autism. And that is the one I possess, you know. So, in 2004, I was born, and I was probably diagnosed with Asperger's in kindergarten. And it was kind of obvious, because I used to be obsessed with Mario in elementary school. Like, everything about me was Mario, and I even made my own nickname that I still go by to this day, and it sounds like Mario. And it's just like a natural name. Like everyone calls me that. It's because of Mario. So my name is because of Mario. You know, my real nickname. So I thought that was a funny fact to share with you people. So I used to be obsessed with Mario in elementary school, and I was pretty good at making friends, but also good at making enemies. Like I used to want to get into a school fight just for fun. Like that was just my mood during like lunch. That was just my mood. Oh, I want to beat someone up. And wow, that's kind of psychotic, don't you think? But that did not carry over into middle school, thank God. But yeah, I used to want to beat people up for fun. Yeah. I had one best friend and I could talk to him about anything. Like he was my best friend. He was Vietnamese, and I remember when he found out I had autism, he told me that people act like it's a bad thing, and that's when I learned about like the stereotypes and like consensus on autism. When he didn't think any less of me because I was autistic, and he was probably not looking for any symptoms of autism since we were literally children. Like no way, like at our age, you're looking for signs of an autistic person. You probably just found what autism is. But yeah, that was like grade 5 or something. Because like the teacher opened up a list on accident, and it had like every student's problems on it. I remember like some people was like behavior problems, it said. And some people was just like, diagnosis. And for me, what popped up on the screen was Big Soprano has Asperger's, autism. And I'm like, wow, okay, I should have been mad. Honestly, should have reported him. Honestly, I don't care about it that much, even now. So, whatever. Honestly. Today, I have problems with, like, repetition, like repeatedly saying words and eye contact. Like, I always make eye contact, but something about it makes me, like, spiral. Like, if someone could tell something about me just from my eyes, I would just spiral. But it's probably not true that you could tell stuff about someone other than their mood just from their eyes. In the past few years, I've had problems with repeating words, like words that I always use. For my brother's repetitive word was mostly, like the word mostly, and that annoyed the shit out of everyone. Like, something like, I was mostly gay, or something like that. Like, he uses mostly in, like, every freaking sentence. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't say fuck there. But yeah, he later got diagnosed with autism, like 10 years after me. So yeah, that was interesting. Probably more than 10 years. But yeah, of course, because I'm autistic, I have special interests. And my special interest that I get the most fulfillment out of is video creating. But another one that I get some sort of fulfillment from is just the Yakuza series. Like, I guess that's like my autistic, like, hyperfixation. But everyone has a special interest from what I could tell. At least when it comes to my uh, friends in the real world, other than online. They all have, like, special interests. And none of them have autism. My only friend with autism died. So, yeah, they're they're not very neurotypical people, honestly. But, like, they do have special interests, which is unsurprising, you know? Anyways, in elementary school, I wasn't that bad, but my only problem was I guilt tripped my friends a lot. Like, horrible shit. Like, as horrible as, like, you could be as a child. I was that bad. Like, oh, we're not friends anymore, or shit like that. Like, over nothing. Like, really stupid that shit that I would do. And I stopped doing that before middle school. Well, actually, I did it a little bit in middle school to, like, online friends. So I stopped that, like, in middle school. But yeah, I've felt so guilty about it since then. Like, the way I would treat my friends in school, at least, or my best friend, I would treat him horribly. Like, it was pretty sad. I feel bad. Anyways, in middle school, I was just not straight up not normal. I had anger issues and ran out of class on impulse. Like, I was not normal. I was not normal in grade 7 until grade 8 when I got new friends and realized my past actions are embarrassing as fuck and stupid as fuck. If only my other friend could realize the same, but he never did because he ended his life. Anyways, I grew up significantly, or at least I think I did, when I met new friends. Not necessarily, like, grew up more than, like, a middle schooler, but in, like, a normal way, like normal growth. Like, I grew up to be normal that year just because I made new friends, you know? Instead of acting like a fucking elementary schooler, I decided to just be normal, you know? In high school, I began having, like, repetitive sayings and all that, but that dates back to middle school where I would say, wonderful weather we're having, as a reference to SpongeBob. And this other autistic kid, at least I'm pretty sure he's autistic, stole one of my many phrases and says it so much more, like way more than I ever did. He's been saying it since middle school and most recently said it a month ago. I don't talk to him, I don't have any contact with him, but my friend saw him at the stores he works at. Anyways, I didn't tell my friends I was autistic until I let the fact drop in high school. So my friends would make fun of me thinking I'm autistic when I actually am. I had friends tell me, you're autistic, then why aren't you like blank? And it's like, enter person with anger issues or someone is socially rejected. So basically I had people deny I was autistic, even when I told them, because I wasn't as bad as other people in our school. I still get called a retard, and that word pisses me off when it's used against me, because I know the people saying it are only saying it because I'm autistic. Honestly, fuck those people.
I got two phones, one for the plug and one for the load.
Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my weight gain story. The story of a underweight teenager. The story of a underweight guy. So, all my life I was underweight. I was skinny. I was short. Still am short. But I was skinny. you know? And 2023 was the skinniest I ever been. Like, I was straight up just not eating. I had people like my uncle telling me I'm skin and bones. Like, shit like that. Like, everyone noticed. And I ate significantly less than normal. Like, I would eat, like, instant noodles as a meal. And my mom never cooked. But when I was homeless, I barely ate. There was food every day, but like that's all I would eat, you know, at the shelter. And when I was in the trap, I only ate corn dogs. And at my dad's, there was literally no fucking food. Like, my dad was so broke. He doesn't even pay for his rent, and he was still broke. Like, that's how broke he was. Like, there was no food at all. And at my aunt's that I was at last year, I would almost never eat. I'll rank each period of how of I will rank each period of how little I ate. So number one for the least I ever ate was my dad's place, and number two was when I was homeless. Number three was at my aunt's, and number four was the trap. So even when I ate the most in the trap, it wasn't much, because I don't remember like eating much, because it's not like me and my friend cooked dinner, you know. And at my aunt's, my uncle actually cooked from time to time. I just don't remember eating much, you know. I would skip meals based on how I would feel, not knowing it would affect me. And when I was homeless, I ate every day because they served breakfast and dinner, in which the food wasn't that bad, but at my dad's, it was horrible. He had no money, no food. Sometimes his girlfriend would cook something for me, but most of the time it was gross. I do appreciate the few times where it was actually good, though. And I would cook Italian sausages, and they were amazing. But my dad never bought them ever again after that. So, yeah. Eventually, I moved into the place I currently live, my aunt's, and I quickly grew to 120 pounds. So, this was late last year, 2023, probably like November. I moved into September, but like by November, I was like noticing changes because they feed me dinner like almost every day. And on the few days they don't cook, I eat my own food I bought. And now I eat 3 meals a day, every day. I eat 3 corn dogs almost every day when I actually decide to eat lunch. And I am now sitting at a whopping 170 pounds. So yeah, I gained 50 pounds since I last checked. And I feel I grew as a person, literally. Like, I feel like I grew as a person, literally, and like as an actual person. I'm not violent anymore. I'm nicer. And nothing is going wrong. You know, like last year everything was going wrong. And it was probably it was probably all my fault, honestly. Like, a lot of things happened that shouldn't have happened, and I fucked up. But since the time I've been at my aunt's, I haven't done any drugs. And only weed, and that was only like a few times. And it's been months since I smoked weed, because smoking weed gives me psychosis. I say this in like every 5 videos, but smoking weed just fucking sucks for me. So yeah, I grew 50 pounds since I last checked, where I was 120, and I am amazed. I was underweight my own life. I have a BMI of 26.6, which means I'm overweight, but I am only a little past overweight. But since underweight is below 18.5, I am a little overweight. I used to be hungry like all the time. Nothing would satisfy me. But now I find comfort in my life for the first time ever. I honestly never really lived comfortably since I was like 11 or something. And like the most comfortable years of my life was like 2015 and like 2014. So that was the most comfortable I've been. I guess being fat means your life is good. I wouldn't say my life is perfect, but I say my life is much better compared to last year. Like, leagues better. And I feel like I became a better person since last year. Because last year I was honestly a pretty shitty person. And I fucked up a lot. So now I am comfortable with myself. And I still need to get a job. I couldn't sleep last night till like 4 a.m. It took me 4 hours to sleep. But I was just thinking, like, wow, I actually have energy to get a job now. You know? And I realized instead of saving up for a car, I could just buy shit I actually want. Because, like, I know I need a car, but do I want to drive? I don't know. Every time I drive, it's really stressful, but I know that goes away. But like, I'm not saying like I'm gonna crash or anything, but I just don't want to take any risks at the moment. I just don't want to be stressed out. Really, that's what scares me. That's all. Like, I'm not scared that I'm going to crash or anything like that. I'm just scared that I'm gonna fuck up something so small that I'm just like physically like ashamed. Like every time I drive, I fuck something up that was like pretty small, and my entire body is just filled with shame, and that stresses me out. So that's why I don't want to drive at the moment. And I know I have to sooner than later, but just in this moment, in this current period of my life, anything could change tomorrow. But yeah, the reason why I haven't got a job is because I still have underlying mental issues. And I booked an appointment for my doctors because my psychiatrist isn't doing shit. Like, fuck all. And I don't see him until December, so I actually booked an appointment with my doctor to get myself checked out. Like, and actually get prescribed some meds because my head is not clear, to say the least. And I just want to clear my head. I don't want to be, like, anxious. I don't want to be obsessed. I don't want to be angry. That's all. It's Big Soprano, and today I'm gonna be spreading the word, to say the least, in this video. So this is my 100 sub special. I want to say thank you for 100 subs. I made this account over a month ago, and I already reached 100 subscribers. In fact, I'm like 8 subscribers away from 200. So if you're watching this right now and I have 200, why don't you congratulate me in the comment? I'll give it a heart, like I always do with comments that are nice. But yeah, this is my 100 sub special, and I want to say that this channel is not a troll. This channel is 100% serious, and it is not troll bait or whatever you guys call it. So, I made this account over a month ago as inspiration from Donkey, and my friend who showed me these specific videos he used to make. Donkey used to make videos where he plays Mario 64 and vents about life. My friend came up with the idea of Big Soprano, not the name was my idea, but they came up with the idea of Big Soprano, talking about life while playing a very bright and colorful game. And that's sort of the irony in it. Over the past month, I've been getting comments saying this account is troll bait, and it's not at all. I'm 100% serious in these videos, and I can't just make up stories on the spot every single day. Sure, there is some irony in it, like the fact that I'm playing Super Mario Galaxy 2 while talking about my past trauma, but despite that, I am not joking, believe me. So yeah, this channel is not a troll. It's a genuinely inspired passion project, inspired by Donkey. And if you're interested in those videos that he would make where he talks about his life, it's on the Video Game Donkey Archive channel. And it's like Super Mario 64 or Shenmue Part 7 or something, where he just talks about his life. And I don't remember how much long they are. I think they might be, yeah, they're the same length as the videos I make. But it's heavily inspired from him, because he would just talk about like life and what's going on in his mind, and he would talk about stories. And my friends thought it'd be really cool if I would start making videos like that, because my life is interesting and I have a lot to talk about in my life. So yeah, there is some irony in it, like how I'm playing Mario Galaxy 2 right now, and I'm talking about something serious. But that's literally it. And also the hidden like Hawk Twa or Luigi in the video, that those are like the only jokes that will be present on this channel, because this is a more serious channel, and it creates like an interesting juxtaposition where like one part of the video is Super Mario Galaxy, colorful and fun and entertaining to look at, and the other part of the video is me talking about like some horrific trauma that happened to me, you know? So that's like the juxtaposition is like ironic, but the stories are not a joke, okay? So the stories are real, and the stories are 100% serious. So yeah, I am not joking on this channel, and this is not troll bait like people say. This channel is a way for me to unwind some trauma before bed. Like if I have something going on in my mind, or if there's something pissed me off, it just helps me to talk about it before I go to bed. Because I make these videos after my aunt and uncle are asleep, so they don't interrupt the video and you don't hear them in the background. So I make them after they fall asleep, and I make these videos right before I go to bed. So the last part of my day is to create a video, and that's how I wrap up my day, you know? So after the first 2 episodes of this channel, my mind quickly grew more clear after unwinding some trauma, and I just want to clear my head. Like as I said in my last video, I want my head to be clear so then I could work again, you know, because working for me is just really like it's much harder than it is that for me than it is for others, you know. And my friends believe that too. I just have problems that my friends don't have, and I have stories to tell that my friends don't have. So yeah, a lot of bad shit has happened to me in the past, but sharing it all with you just brings a smile on my face, because I get like tens of a ton of comments every single day, and I'm very close to 200 subscribers. So I just want to inform you all on my life and all that. Again, I'm thankful for reaching 100 subs. I haven't gained this much attention online since 2018 when I was famous on Twitter. And I'm grateful to all that watch and enjoy my content. The watch time interest rate is insane, because a minute and 30 seconds before clicking off is actually a lot of time to get my point across, since I know making the interest rate watch the whole video is impossible. Like it's impossible for all, like, what, couple hundred of you guys to watch the entire video. Like it's rare for someone to watch the entire video. But a minute and 30 seconds being like the most common time where people click off, that's pretty amazing, honestly. I quickly broke 1,000 views on my hard drugs video, and I couldn't be more grateful. I have 2 more up and coming videos that are going to break 1,000 views someday. So I'm glad people are enjoying my content. I'm glad that people are enjoying my Super Mario Galaxy 2 Let's Play. The series will probably take a month to complete the game, and I'm glad I'm not playing Sonic Colors anymore. That game was ass and nobody watched those videos. I think I'll stray away from Sonic videos because no one watches them. Everyone is only here for the Nintendo videos, and I'm glad, because I like Nintendo so much more than Sonic. So yeah, I generally have more fun playing a Mario game than a Sonic game. Let that news be known, because Sonic games are pretty meh. Honestly, like they're not bad, they're just mid. Like Sonic Adventure was genuinely fun, but glitchy and had horrible pacing, and then Sonic Colors was just not fun at all. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you guys are now aware that this channel is not a troll, and that my stories are 100% serious. So thank you for watching. Have a great day or night. Hey everyone, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my experience with weed or marijuana. And we go back long way. So this is my 200 sub special. Thank you everyone for 200 subs. I just made a 100 sub special, so count this as my 200 sub special. Alright, So it starts in 2020, where my friend is telling me about CBD, like edibles and all that, and how it's like it doesn't actually get you high, but you still like feel good and all that. It's not actually, well, it is weed, but it's not THC, which is the stuff that actually gets you high. So he's telling me about that and how great they are, and I was like, okay, maybe I should get into it. So I asked my mom to buy me CBD edibles, and I don't remember if they were CBD or THC. Like, I don't remember at all. But I asked for CBD. So I don't remember if they were THC or CBD. Maybe they were THC. I don't remember. But she buys me them, and I try them while listening to music like Addiction by Kanye West, representing a future addiction. You know, even though you can't get addicted to weed, but I believe you can, personally. Honestly. If you saw me like 2 years ago, you would say, yeah, you're definitely addicted to weed. So all I did was like tap my leg against the desk a million times in a row. I thought like, okay, I'm high or something. I think it had THC honestly, but I don't really remember. I don't know how much. But like I guess I did get high, and it was kind of a boring experience. Like I felt it, but it wasn't anything crazy, you know. I was failing Science 10 honors at the time, so it was good to take a break. And man, that class was hard as fuck. Like holy shit. I I'm glad I passed it, but not with a good mark. I did not pass it with a good mark. So yeah, when my life's shit, I guess CBD's a nice way to like take a break because that class was kicking my ass. But anyways, in 2022, my brother introduces me to weed, and I finally get into it. He's been on weed. He's been like doing smoking weed since like 2017 or something, or 2016 before we moved to that house, and he was like smoking weed in like a tunnel or whatever, some sketchy ass tunnel. So yeah, that's his history. But I start smoking blunts, and eventually my brother stole some from me, which pissed me off. You know, the thing about my brother is that he always fucking steals, no matter how old he fucking is or how much money he has. He's just a piece of shit who will always steal from you. So fuck him, honestly. But anyways, eventually I get into smoking from a bong, and it was the happiest I ever felt. I'm not even joking. And that's probably not a good thing. That like the best I ever felt was me just fucking smoking out of a bong. It's not really a good thing. I guess there may be times I was happier, like maybe like when I went to Quebec or something. But I don't know. I didn't feel like such a high like intensity of like happiness. You know, it was like intense happiness. Listening to music was a blast, and it felt like I was experiencing it in a new way. Like it was so much fun that I feel like it ruined music for me now, because like I don't like listen and get have as much fun as I would while I was high. So that kind of like ruined music for me, or had an effect on it. It didn't really ruin music. I still listen to music, but that kind of just like changed music for me, smoking weed and listening to music. Listening to music was a blast, and I remember playing video games like GTA 4, and it was fun because I felt deeply immersed. Like I remember playing bowling, and I sat through a full game of bowling just to beat like the girlfriend in GTA 4. Like when I play while high, I I play the main story, and I also just try to fuck some bitches, you know? You get what I'm saying? Eventually, I would move on to smoking weed in my room, and that was a fun experience because you could just light up at any time. I would smoke weed on calls and play games anytime I could. My friends said they could tell when I'm high and that I'm annoying when high, but didn't tell me why. Like, why am I annoying? Why does this suck? I have no idea. So I guess we'll never know, like Kanye said. But smoking weed and listening to Blade for the first time was an experience. I would eventually smoke weed to exercise and listen to music, and it was the most fun I had exercising, other than like hanging out with friends. But honestly, it's just being alone and working out sounds better, honestly. Eventually, my life would fall apart after I experienced psychosis from weed, and I'm not going to get into it. So I moved into my dad's, and over there I could smoke weed inside the apartment whenever I could. Like the landlady or whatever would like check on it, would see the weed everywhere, and would not even bat an eye. It was crazy. She was probably scared of us because we were both mentally ill. My dad's even more mentally ill than I am. Like, I'm not saying he's like retarded, but he's just fucked. He's genuinely fucked. I would smoke weed at night through a pipe my dad gave me and while listening to Travis Scott. It was fun, but I did it to bury my guilt, because that was my guiltiest time to ever be alive. Then I move into my aunt's where I pick up smoking weed pens, and they taste weird. Like, the taste of them take me right back to this time. Like, it's weird. Like, that time was like kind of special, I guess. I was in a sort of healthy house, but I was forced to get a job and all that. That's why I was kicked out, you know? One day, me and my brother would smoke weed on the balcony while nobody was in the backyard, and we listened to music. It was a fun time, honestly. It's one of my few good memories with my older brother, because he's honestly an all-around piece of shit. But I'm thinking about getting in contact with him to buy a PS5 off him, because I could probably lowball him for it. Because I gotta get that PS5 for GTA 6, you know? Do you feel me? Eventually, I moved into the trap where I would smoke weed every day through my friend's bong. Like, every day. The most bong rips I've done in a row was 6. And that was the second best time for me to smoke weed other than 2022. Because 2022 was the best time I ever smoked weed. I had so much fun doing it. But yeah, smoking weed from the bong, it was like an instant relaxation and something that ensues calmness. Like, that's a weird sentence to say. Like, it sounds real weirdly structured. But like, you smoke from the bong and you instantly feel relaxed. It feels like it takes some weight off you. It feels like you got a weight off you, you know? Like, I don't know what's the correct word for it. It's like a depressant. Does that sound right? I don't know. Depressant is like the medication, right? Well, I mean, it like depresses you, not in like a depression way, but like, you know, de-stress. So it de-stresses you. You get what I'm saying? Maybe that's a better word than depression, you know? My friend would smoke a crazy amount of weed every time he could. We would all share the bong, and it was like a friendly drug circle. Eventually, I go to the shelter. I only smoked weed a few times. I would smoke a joint right in front of a school in public and go back to the shelter. And then I moved into my aunt's, which saved my life. I stopped smoking weed until I bought a new weed pen, same as the one I had last year at my other aunt's. And from then on, I smoke weed. It's the worst experience I've ever had. I experienced psychosis because of weed. That didn't happen when I smoked out of a bong, and I'm not sure if I'm willing to smoke out of a bong again to see if I get psychosis from it. But that weed pen turns my thoughts and life into a nightmare temporarily. My experience with weed now is almost as bad as acid. As on acid, I was paranoid and psychosis and extremely scared. Now I can't smoke weed without psychosis, and I don't plan on using my weed pen ever again. It's been months since I last tried it. But anyways, moral of the story, don't get addicted to weed, even though it's apparently not addictive. It ruined my life. Hello, it's Big Soprano. Today I'm going to be talking about my struggles with porn. Or jacking off. Because I've been jacking off for years, like almost every day. It's really bad. And jacking off is just really unhealthy for you, honestly, for your thoughts. For me, it's really unhealthy for my intrusive thoughts. And it just fucks up your mind, you know, and I'm trying to desexualize my mind. Like, if you like see a woman in public and just think about fucking her, then you're cooked. I might as well be cooked. I think I may have done that before in my life. Yeah, I have. And that's pretty bad, honestly, like, to my standards. Like, I think that's just too far. And I think jacking off is just really bad for you. But it all started in 2016, where I learned how to jerk off by beating my meat to Bayonetta on Smash for Wii U. And it felt like crack back then. Like, it felt so good back then. And at the time, you're like shooting blanks, which is like, you know, no liquid comes out, whatever that's called. So it just felt really good back then. And there wasn't really like any guilt or like post-nut clarity. It was like really simple times, you know. You just jack off and you feel good, right? or you set plans aside to jerk off. That's when it's bad. But if you did do that, that was just all a part of the experience. And I'm not gonna judge you or shame you for jacking off. Like, we all do it, you know. So I do not judge any of my viewers because we all have jacked off in the past, whether you're a man or a woman. So we've all been there, you know. So eventually I stopped shooting blanks, and I jerked off almost every day since like 2016. And yeah, it that's pretty much how it goes for years and years. I just jerk off every single day. And in 2021 I got into porn, and porn is where your brain really gets fucked up. Like, it's like healthy to like jack off and not look at porn. Like, that's actually recommended by my friends, because they don't judge me. They just give me advice on how to deal with this problem. So they said that jacking off with no porn is good. But I don't know if that counts for like Instagram models or something. I'd say like maybe don't jack off to like Instagram models and all that. Maybe that counts as porn. I don't know. If anyone would like to clarify, please drop a comment on if jacking off to an Instagram model is porn or not. But anyways, recently I've been trying to get rid of porn in my life. But right when I thought it was out, they pull me back in. Right? Like, it's just fucking horrible. It fucking sucks. Like, I beat myself every day. I beat myself up every day for it. Not that I beat myself every day. What the fuck? That was an interesting sentence. Well, but I can't help but masturbate every night. Like, that's just like when I have some downtime, you know? I've been trying to quit, but it's really hard. The longest I went without jacking off was 15 days, which I failed only recently, and I was really, really disappointed in myself. And it felt so good, but it instantly ruined my day for a couple hours. I had to take some ashwagandha to feel better about myself, because the shame and guilt was like day ruining. The amount of guilt I felt, like I just ruined that 15-day streak of not fapping. Now it doesn't even feel that good anymore. Like, after I failed my no-fap streak, I felt immense guilt each and every time I jacked off after that. And now I'm over that, which is probably not a good thing, which means I probably have no shame now. And jacking off is worth quitting because it only feels good for a brief time, not even like 30 minutes. It's such a hard addiction to quit because I've been jacking off since I was 11. And it doesn't help that I get obsessed over girls really easy. I was last obsessed with a girl a few months ago, and my friend said I brought her up too much. Imagine she finds this channel out and learn I masturbate every single day. Yeah, would not like that to happen. That's why I keep my channel away from my in real life friends, because this is some deep shit I'm talking about, you know? And they don't really see me all serious like this. I don't think they can handle that. At least I'm not as addicted as my friend. My one friend's addiction, like, it goes off the roof, bro. If that's a saying. Like, wow. But I just wish to break that curse of an addiction. I'm sick of it. My thoughts have never been the same since I was 11. And jacking off can be really bad for you to a certain extent. Like, it depends on the extent. Like if you're jerking off multiple times a day and it's all you could think about, you're cooked. Okay? And I hope I'm not cooked. Because when I first failed my streak, the urges to masturbate became unbearable. Like, they were so strong. Like, it was fucking really difficult to not jerk off. They were way too strong for any person to not fail and just jack off. And fapping doesn't help with my intrusive thoughts at all. So that's why I really want to quit, just to get rid of all these intrusive thoughts, because I'm sick of them. I talk about it to my therapist, and nothing has helped so far. No meds have helped. Nothing. So I'm pretty much alone, fighting this emotional battle every single day. I think talking about my addiction on YouTube will help me quit, because last time I talked about it, I went in with such a strong mindset and I excelled until I drank an energy drink and got horny. That's right. I drank an energy drink and got horny and jacked off and failed my 15-day streak. I'm such a disappointment. Like, I was really disappointed in myself that day. Like, I wish it never happened. Because my mind would be like, when I stopped jacking off, my mind felt clearer every single day. But now I jack off and things only get worse. So yeah, take it from me, quit the porn, quit the jacking off, and I know it's hard and I won't judge you, but just try at the very least, because since I tried, I've felt much better. Like, even though I've been jacking off recently, I feel so much better like trying to break the curse than just being addicted to porn every single day. Like, I feel much better right now, even though I've jacked off recently, compared to like a month ago before I tried to quit jacking off. Like, I feel much better. So I recommend for all you guys, I will not judge you. So yeah, leave a comment if you experience this, and leave a comment for what I said before. Thank you.
She don't talk to her, I don't talk to her.
Am I right, fellas? Hello, guys. It's Big Soprano. Today I'm going to be talking about something a bit more abstract, like an alter ego, or like some sort of mascot. So, in 2017, Super Mario Odyssey released to critical acclaim to my following. Yes, my following. Because I had a cult following on Twitter until 2019. I had like, I ended my shit at like 2,000 followers, and I ended my YouTube channel at like 300 or something. And I had a poppin' server, Twitter, and YouTube channel. So in February 2018, Nintendo unveils DLC costumes for Super Mario Odyssey in a like Nintendo Direct. It was an update for Super Mario Odyssey, and among them was Sunshine Shades Mario, which was a bonus costume from Super Mario Sunshine for beating the game. You get it from the sunglasses vendor, and you get like this cool shirt as well. So it's like a sunshine shirt. It's really cool. And I'll put a photo up so you guys can see it. But yeah, it's when you beat the game that you get the sunshine costume. So they add that to Super Mario Odyssey, and I was instantly obsessed. Like, I set it to my profile picture and my banner. Like, everything on my profile was about Sunshine Shades Mario. I was making like profile pictures out of it, banners out of it, like in Photoshop, all made by myself. And if you go to Nintendo Wiki, one of the PNGs I made of my profile picture, one of the transparent PNGs I made, is on this fucking shitty Nintendo Wiki. So I could sue them because I own that image. Not actually though, but I just think it's kind of funny that something like a relic of my past is like forever, like its legacy is a part of some shitty Nintendo Wiki called Fantendo. So if you look up Sunshine Shades Mario PNG or go to Transparent on Google, it pops up that fucking PNG I made from my profile picture with my fucking screenshot. So I was instantly known as the Sunshine Shades Mario guy because I got tons of free art from my artist followers of the Sunshine Shades Mario to set as an avatar and give credit. And it was really awesome. And this may not sound important to you, but that shit was my entire like image. If you looked on my profile, you would see that Mario everywhere. And eventually I started making Sunshine Shades Mario renders, where I go in Blender with shades and shirt from the Mario Sunshine Odyssey DLC and render it and paste it over an existing promotional Mario renders. And this was my favorite thing I've done for a while, other than my YouTube videos. I was really proud of my Sunshine Shades Mario renders. And I remember I made one of the Super Smash Bros. Mario render. And renders is like, like promotional art. That's like a 3D, like, render of Mario. So like, like when you select Mario in Smash Bros. And he has his own like image. I used that image and I added Sunshine Shades Mario stuff to it. And I instantly set it as my profile picture. And this one loser was like, wow, nice profile picture. Can I set it as mine? And I was like, fuck no. Hell no. I said it nice, like really nice to him. I said, I'm sorry, little man, but you can't use it. And he was like, fine, I'll make my own. And that really set me off. Like, for real. Like, he's kind of just like copying my art. Even though there's plenty of other, like, today, there are plenty of other Sunshine Shades Mario edits over the Super Smash Bros. Mario render. So there's plenty of those today. It's not like I own the fucking concept. But he was like just straight up copying me, like a loser. And we had beef on Twitter all like over it. We were beefing in DMs on Discord and all that. And he was just being a complete loser about it. And I remember after it like that all happened, I took a break from Twitter because I was getting in too much trouble because Twitter was really mentally taxing for me at the time because I was fucking 13 years old, you know? So obviously if you're 13 years old and you get into online drama, it's kind of a big deal. Now it wouldn't be a big deal at all. I wouldn't give a fuck. I wouldn't let him use my profile picture still. But anyways, the aftermath of that, he ended up making his own profile picture, but he didn't know how to do the Sunshine Shades Mario, like render it in Blender and then put it in Photoshop and then map it to the proportions of Mario. He didn't know how to do that at all. So he just had a Smash Bros. Mario profile picture with a blue background, and it was fucking shit. So that's like that's like one of the stories about like Sunshine Shades Mario. Like I kind of owned it at the time, to say the least. But now I see people on like YouTube with like the Sunshine Shades Mario like avatar and all that. I'm like, hey, that's me. Wait, no, it's not. So yeah, my old YouTube channel is still up, but I lost all my videos because I got like hacked or I forgot my phone number. No, I lost my phone number. It got canceled, and that YouTube account has two-factor authentication, so I can't fucking log into it and make my videos public. Because trust me, I would right now. The reason why I privated them is because I was going through something at the time, and I didn't want anyone to know, you know? Like, I don't want people, like, prying and all that shit. So, yeah, a channel of 200 subscribers with probably, like, I don't know, maybe, like, 10 videos. Just all gone. But, like, there was more than 10 videos, like, that are private and unlisted. There was probably, like, 30 of them. And now that's all gone because Google is fucking stupid and doesn't have humans, work at their fucking establishment. Because if I call Google support, I get no fucking answer from a real human. It's an AI instead. And I ask, can I talk to a real person? They say, real people don't fucking work at Google for support. And that pissed me off so bad. Like, I guess all I could do now is contact, like, my provider, my cell phone provider at the time, and ask them about that. But I fucking doubt they'll do anything, like, honestly. Like, I don't even know if I could even claim the phone number. Like, I have no fucking idea what to do. So if you guys know what to do, I've searched on Reddit everywhere on how to get into an account with two-factor authentication with a phone number you don't have anymore. So if anyone knows, please comment down below, because I don't think this will ever be fixed. Goodbye. Goodbye, crew world. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my time collecting designer shoes. Like, I was obsessed. I spent all my money on shoes for like a year, and now I'm not into it anymore, but at least I got some nice shoes, you know? So, 2022 senior year, actually 2021, right before 2022, I upped my shoe game for the first time ever with burgundy Nike Blazers. They are normie shoes, but it's not the worst for my first shoe in the game. Like, they're like okay shoes. I would never wear them again personally, and I don't even have them anymore. I let a friend borrow them, and he just never returned them. And he also produced one of my songs, my best song. So, yeah, he won't produce for me ever again. I have to pay him $50, so fuck him, honestly. But, yeah, they're normie shoes. Eventually, I buy fake pine green Jordan 1s off my friend in the middle of class. It was a funny scene, just buying shoes in the middle of class. Like, this is like it's like a small good memory of mine from senior year. Like, now we're in senior year, because like I just went and bought fake Jordans in the middle of class, like right before class started, and everyone just watched, and it was pretty funny, honestly. Yeah. And one day my friend gave me $500 after fucking a girl, and I had $3,000 in the fucking bank. That's the most I've ever had, most money I've ever had at once. And I spent it all on fucking shoes. Like, seriously, what is wrong with me? I regret this a lot because I could have spent it on a card, but no, I just had to have some fire shoes. I'm a fucking idiot for that, honestly. And I get what my mom's saying, because my mom was, like, kind of always against my shoe collection. She just thought they were kind of cool, but she thought I was just wasting money on them. So honestly, she was right. I get into Yeezys with the foam runners gifted by my same friend who gave me 500, and they were fire. But I asked for a size 10, so they were big as hell for my average ass feet. And this is not your fault, to the friend who is watching this right now. This is not your fault. It's my fault because I thought I would fit a size 10 in foam runners. Just because like I wear like shoes that are like slightly oversized because they look cool. Like, you know what rappers do? They wear like really big shoes and it looks funny. It just looks good, actually. It looks good and not funny. It looks good. But they got me the rep in school. Like, they upped my reputation. Like, I wore them to graduation and had people talking. And eventually over the summer I got even more into shoes. I bought Yeezy 700 Wave Runners, my favorite shoe of all time. I just love these shoes. The design is perfect and so cool. Like, honestly, the colorways are beautiful and the little orange spots on the bottom left and right of the shoe are so full of character. Like, I love these shoes, man. I wear them every day, even to this day. I got compliments for the Yeezys, and when I told them what they are, they said, I didn't even know those were Yeezys. Like, it was a good thing. Like, it's funny. It's a good thing for Kanye's more out there style of shoes. And eventually I buy yellow Yeezy 700s for $400. Those same model that I was just talking about. And then I also buy Jordan 11 Cherry Reds from a drop for $340. And eventually I moved to my dad's, and my entire collection fell apart when I left. I left my Yeezy Slides, Yeezy 700s, and Jordan 11s. My dad fucking sold the 700s and Jordans, and the slides went in storage. And I still haven't forgiven my dad for this. He sold my 700s to a fucking bum. And he told me, let me know if you see a bum with them, which pissed me off so badly. I can never get the 800 plus or 600 plus dollars I spent on those shoes, because my dad won't tell me what storage unit is in. So yeah, that fucking sucks. I left my shoes in the fucking apartment that my dad got evicted from, and now they're gone. My dad either sold the shoes or they were just left in the apartment and transferred to storage. And that pisses me off because I tried going to the apartment like last year to get my stuff back or whatever, but they wouldn't let me in, so that fucking sucked. I don't think I have like the FOM anymore. Like, you know, like it's like a thing where you get like you scan it on the door and it lets you in. I don't think I have that anymore, and if I did, I would try it again. But yeah, my dad sold my fucking shoes, and now my only shoe game is like Yeezy Wave Runners, Foam Runners, Yeezy Pods, Jordan 1 Low Red. And I had like these knockoff. They weren't knockoff because they were made by Nike, but Nike tried ripping off Kanye's Yeezy Slides and made their own, and I bought them, and they were like blue, but ever since I moved houses, I couldn't fucking find them. Like, I checked that same spot I put them in. Like, we moved it in with like it was like I don't know. It's not a shelf. It's like a cube. It's like a cube with like 8 cubes in it. It's typical furniture. You could put like a TV on it, but it has drawers. So all the drawers like were transferred with all the stuff inside them. So I'm wondering where the fuck did my knockoff Yeezy Nike Slides came, like where the fuck they went, because they were honestly kind of cool. They fit me, but yeah, they were blue and they were so cool, and I bought them while I was homeless for some reason, because I had some money while I was homeless, and I just bought those, which I shouldn't have, but you know, I did. So if you're looking to get into shoes, make sure you are pretty wealthy already, and I just wish more people were into shoes like me, because I was so into them. Like I had another friend who was into shoes, but he didn't have like anything crazy. We'd always talk about like the New Balance shoes, and I had the New Balance 550s. Those are like, they look like the Nike Dunk. I'm probably saying a bunch of random words that you guys don't understand, but they were a really trendy shoe at the time, and I left the left or right shoe at my friend's house, at the trap house, and he died, so I can't fucking get those back. They were buried in like collections of cans. Like, like bags of cans that you take to like the bottle depot and you recycle them and get some money for it. He was doing that. Like, he was like burying the garage in fucking cans, and I someone like threw my shoe in there, and I never got it back because I couldn't find it. And now I only have like the left or right pair of it. So yeah, don't lose your shoes like I did, guys. Hey, it's Big Soprano, and I'm gonna be hosting a Q&A. So drop any comments below. The Q&A will be in like, it will drop in like probably like a week or so. I don't know. We'll record it soon, but it's gonna be a Q&A with my friends, and they're gonna read comments from here. So drop a comment if you want to be featured in the video, and if you want to know more about me. So that's why I'm gonna do a Q&A. I put in the title. Hopefully you guys drop some comments, and it will be in the video, your comment. So please comment and also subscribe. So I would like to state in this video that I believe in God. I believe in God, and I actually used to go to church like less than a year ago. So I was born into a Christian family. My mom said I was baptized, but took that back. So apparently I wasn't baptized, even though I remember she saying I was, which is weird. I don't know why she took that back, because I swear she said before I was baptized as a baby. But yeah, in the early years of my life, me and my brothers would go to a youth club that took place in some sort of really big church or something, and they played church music and played "Our God is an Awesome God." And that song is fucking beautiful, man. Probably one of the best songs of all time. It's the best Christian song, other than anything Kanye has made. They played church music and all that. They would play Veggie Tales at the end of the night, and they had all sorts of consoles there. They had an Xbox, an N64, and a GameCube. They even had a Wii that we could play on the main stage, where they actually had like, the performers or whatever, like the church stuff going on the stage, like where they like play like videos and all that. We were able to play New Super Mario Bros. Wii on the stage, and overall it was pretty fun. But I remember getting knocked out by a kid with some rectangle thing. It was like some sort of like building block, like some sort of building block, like things to like play with or whatever, and it was just like a bunch of random shapes, and it was like made out of like, I don't know, like what furniture is that made out of, but there wasn't like wood in it. But I got knocked out like by some kid with one of those, and it wasn't even that hard either. I don't remember how hard it was, but all I remember is I was hit. The next thing I remember is I'm crying to a supervisor, and I think that was the first and only time I got knocked out, because I only remember getting hit, not immediately after getting hit, like at all. You get what I'm saying? They fed us pizza, and we would sing songs before we eat. It was overall pretty fun. But I wouldn't start going to church like actually until 2022, because I started going to church because Kanye's record Donda inspired me to believe in God again. I always knew he was real. I just wasn't close. Anyways, I began going to church with my mom. First church was a very Romanian church, which is my race. So there's a lot of old family friends there from my mom's side. And the first church I went to was actually pretty fun. They had a band playing instead of just playing music through a speaker, and it was pretty cool. I wish they played Our God is an Awesome God, though. The next church I go to was not Romanian, and it was pretty decent. They played songs, said stuff about God and all that. It was overall pretty fun. But I stopped going to church until 2023, where I'm homeless, and I decided to find God in myself again, because he was my only hope. I had no other hope in life. I didn't have my mom. I didn't have like anyone in my life. I was just homeless, I go to the downtown church with my mom, and it was good to spend time with her. I was fulfilled. And the last time I went to church was an even more Romanian church closer downtown. It was actually so cool. My grandma even visited, and me and my family are well known there, even though I haven't shown up since I was a baby. And the food there was great, and some of it was cooked by my grandma. I remember it being very cool. It was actually a very cool church, honestly. It was very like old fashioned, and it was just chill. Like everyone there was so nice, and everyone was Romanian. It was nice finding some people that don't discriminate me for being Romanian. Because like my friends call me a gypsy even though I'm not. They just say that because I'm Romanian. Like fuck them for that. Honestly, it fucking sucks. And actually the last church I went to was Lutheran. It was a Lutheran church instead of like a Catholic church or whatever. And it is run by an old friend's family. And it's pretty neat. They have a communion and all that. And I remember drinking the wine before I turned 18 on an accident. Or was it you have to be a 19? I don't remember. But I was like 17 at the time when I drank at the communion. I fucked the church up by drinking at the communion, bros. I'm so cooked. I'm so cheesed. But anyways, I haven't gone back because people looked at me weird. The last church I went to before that wasn't a Romanian church. People looked at me weird. Like, I don't know, like when I became homeless or stopped doing drugs, like after I did drugs and after I was homeless, like people just looked at me weird. Like I was like probably seen as like a threat or something, because I remember one time my friend is trying to pick me up from the shelter and he sees me like hanging out there and he said, "You look like one of them, bro." Like, wow, thanks. Like they said, like he said like I look scary and all that, even though I don't. It's fucking bullshit. But I remember being told, I was trying to get an apartment, and at the interview, one of the ladies that's like the manager or whatever said, "Are you aware that you look scary?" And that pissed me off. I didn't say anything, but wow, dude, if you're homeless, do people really look at you like you're scary? Like I should look like I'm scared rather than scary, but people just think I'm scary even though I'm not. And I would go back personally to that church, the Lutheran church. My friends go to the Lutheran church every Sunday, but they don't take me there because I live too far away. And it's a shame because I feel left out. Anyways, now I'm not so into religion. I may have lost touch within it, and I'm not saying this because I try to get rid of religion in life. I'm saying this because I lost touch out of laziness. I'm not against God in any way, but anyways, I find it annoying when my friends bring up God in every conversation. Like the whole Discord server has a Bible verse channel, and I just find it to be forced. I don't know, my friends are super into history and they treat it like a hobby, so I'm not into their sort of like the way they preach, you know? Like I would go more in depth, but I honestly don't know what I'm talking about, honestly. Maybe I'm just seeing things. But just the way they like talk about God and try to force it down everyone's throats just feels very forced and unchristian. You get what I'm saying? Hello, it's Big Soprano, and I still got that upcoming Q&A, so drop your comments if you want to, and it will be featured in the video. We just have to record it soon. This is not the Q&A, but the Q&A is coming soon. So today I'm going to talk about my failed attempts at living alone. So in the last bit of 2023, I was homeless in the shelter, and I had a caseworker. And what caseworkers do is they like try to get you out of homelessness and all that. You know, they work for the shelter and all that. And that caseworker applied me for an apartment, and things were going well. I went to interviews for the apartment, and I got accepted into the apartment. Then I moved to my aunt's with the plans of moving to the apartment. But eventually I get arrested and my apartment is put on hold, despite going through 2 interviews. They don't answer my calls until I give the employee's number to my aunt. My aunt talks to the employee, and the worker there said I wouldn't be a good fit. The place was dangerous and there was always people stealing, as well as people doing drugs. So they knew, according to my history, it wouldn't work out for me. But that pissed me off. This plan was going on for like 2 months. I felt like I got sidelined by the workers there. One arrest and they put it on Hold. I remember during an interview, one of the workers asked, "Are you aware that you are scary?" And that has to be the most out of pocket question ever be in an interview. Like, what the fuck is your problem, bitch? Like, how do I look scary? Does anyone who is homeless look scary? Everyone who's homeless looks scary, apparently. Well, maybe homeless people do look scary, but I could assure you I do not look scary. And I guess I look scary because I just got off drugs and I wasn't mentally stable for a long time. I was barely there mentally after all the drugs. It was insane. But if I lived in an apartment alone, I would probably do drugs again. I'm not saying I have access to drugs or personally would do drugs again, but living alone would send me down that rabbit hole because there's no one to stop me. And it would be so depressing if I lived alone. I would barely have any food, and I would eat 6 corn dogs a day since I didn't cook. So I'm kind of glad I don't live alone. That would have fucking sucked. I have my mom to help me, I have my aunt to help me, and all that. My mom doesn't live with me, but I live with my aunt, and my mom helps me here and there. And my aunt and uncle cook me dinner almost every day, which is awesome. And like I just wouldn't be able to survive alone, honestly. Like, I'm fine with doing groceries and all that, but like I just don't cook. I know how to cook like burgers and all that, but I just don't do it. I don't do it here because like I got in trouble for setting the stove past like 5, and I never cooked again because I didn't want to cook my burgers on like 3 and wait 30 minutes just for one burger. That would fucking suck. So that's why I don't cook anymore, because I got chewed out for no reason because the smoke detector went off. Because fuck that smoke detector. I put it on a fucking skew. It fucking ruined my chances of ever fucking cooking. Because she wouldn't have known I was cooking that high if the smoke detector didn't fucking go off. So yeah, I probably have to cook very low now. But maybe I'll ask again and ask if I could cook on 5. And because that would be so much better than the option she set for me after the smoke detector went off, after she chewed me out, and that just would have took forever. So I just threw those fucking burgers into the compost because I didn't want to wait 30 fucking minutes just for a couple of burgers. That fucking sucks. But yeah, if I lived alone, there would be no one to stop me from doing drugs and all that, and I'd probably get in such a depressive state alone that I would probably do drugs again. And I'm not saying I will. I'm not saying I want to, but I'm just thinking like that I'm very vulnerable. I'm thinking that's something that could still like maybe like take over my life if I lived alone. Not right now. I have no plans on doing drugs ever again, and there's no way I could ever do drugs ever again because I live with my aunts. But if I lived alone, I would probably might be doing drugs again, even though I don't have access to them. But I just think like I would just get in such a state that I would go back into drugs, and I really don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that, and that would be a horrible thing because the drugs still have doing drugs still has a impact on me to this day, and it's been a full fucking year. So yeah, doing drugs fucking sucks, and I do not want to do drugs again, ever again. I'm just saying, since I'm that vulnerable, it might happen if I was living alone. I'm not saying I will if I live alone, but who knows what happens? You get what I'm saying? Like, I am very strict on myself. I will never do drugs again because I have people that keep me in check and all that. But if I was living alone, no one would be keeping me in check, other than like my mom, which would be like I would see her less, even more. Like I would see her even less than I do right now. And she'd be the only one keeping me in check, and that wouldn't be enough, So I'm still very vulnerable. I'm not gonna do drugs. I promise you guys that. And it's just a possibility if I live alone. I know I said that a million times already, but yeah, I do not want to live alone. I don't even have a car. I saw a movie today and it said, "Don't tell people that you don't have a car or a girlfriend or a job. But like, I don't have a car, I don't have a job, I don't have a girlfriend. I have nothing keeping me sane. So I would I if I was alone, I would probably, sadly, like, I don't want to say this, but I would probably would do drugs again, and I don't want to, and I don't want to fall down that again. But if I lived alone, things would be much worse than they are right now. Just understand that. It would be terrible if I lived alone. I'm probably not going to be ready to live alone for another like 5 years or something. I have to really get my life together if I wanted to live alone, you know. Hello, it's Big Soprano. Today I'm going to be talking about something that happened very recently, like the past week or so, the past few days. So, my music got stolen a few days ago. So, like, completely stolen. Like, a song that was meant for me was published by someone else onto Spotify. So now I can't publish it myself because of copyrights. So it all starts a few days ago, maybe like a week ago. Nah, it starts like a month ago. I asked a friend for a verse on one of my songs for my upcoming album, and he actually delivered and made a fire verse. And it was going to be one of my first, it's going to be like my first album with a feature on it ever. So it was pretty big. It's a pretty big thing for my album, and you know, like the creative process and all that. Like all these albums and EPs, not a single feature. So having my first feature on an album was pretty important to me. So my friend, my other friend, I told him to revamp the song that had that verse on it, and he switched the beat out and made the song 10 times better. And it was like, it was gonna be a hit, that song. Like, it sounded really good, the beat sounded really good, and all I had to do was re-record my vocals, so my vocals weren't there, but my friend's verse was. And I had to re-record my vocals, and it was just going to be the same vocals as I wrote down, because the vocals that I used did not fit the beat at all. Just like a flow thing, if you guys understand. So my friend who rapped on the song begs me to have the song. He like asked if he could pay me and all that, and he kept begging and begging for it, and he begged my friend for it over and over. And I told him no, and I stand on business. Like, I was very firm that that is my song, and that's supposed to be my first ever song with a feature on an album ever. So it was pretty important to me, and so I told him no. So he takes the fucking song and uploads it to his own fucking Spotify like a fucking asshole. Like, wow. He gave no notice to me. He gave no notice to my friend who made the beat. He just straight up just published it. And this pissed me off so bad. Like, you don't know how pissed off this made me. Like, I texted him and all that, raging at him. He didn't even fucking respond. And, the following does not involve the guy who made the beat, just the rapper and another friend of his. So, those friends that I work with, except for the guy who makes the beat. Well, maybe this applies to him to a certain extent. But just those people that I work with on music, they are artistically disabled and can't make their own music for the fucking life of them. So they steal my fucking music and publish it on their own. And this really pissed me off because, like I told you guys, this song was really important to me. It was supposed to be on an important release in my discography. But no, they don't give a fuck. Even the friend who works on the beat, they do not give a fuck about my music. They just see me as a fucking joke. They use me for amusement. And the second things get serious, they clam up or fucking decide against what I want. Because it was my art, and you should respect me as much as you respect my art. But no, they don't respect either of that. Like I said, they probably see me as a fucking joke for amusement and all that. Don't actually give a fuck about my music. Because now that this song is released, that was stolen from me, now that this is released, it would make my version of the song, if I were to upload it and no copyright like fucks me over, if I were to upload it, it would just make my song completely redundant, and there would be no point of it existing because my friend stole the fucking song and just removed. I was removed from it anyways, but it's like I was removed on purpose. It fucking sucks. And as of this moment, I'm still friends with him, and he feels bad, but I am this close to cutting him off. I've never had anyone artistically fuck me over this hard. This was supposed to be a hit on my album, and he just drops it without my vocals on it, like a total douche. I genuinely hate this person for this. Why the fuck would you artistically fuck me in the ass? I swear I got fucked over so hard, and he will never admit it. I am never working with any of the friends associated with this theft and probably cutting them off, except for the guy who made the beat. And I already cut off one of them because he was giggling to himself, like, I had to make a verse for Big Soprano and just never made it. Like a fucking asshole. Like I asked him a month ago for this fucking verse, and he's the one who wanted to be on the song anyways. I sent him all these songs, and he said, "Oh, this is the one I want to be on." And I said, "Sure, here's the beat." And he just fucking ghosts me for like a month and never fucking makes it. Like a fucking asshole. And then he has the nerve to joke about it to himself. Like, I didn't make Big Soprano's fucking song. Like, fuck you. Holy shit. And when I pressed him to make the verse a month ago, he got all pissy. Like, I never knew I was working with terrible people until now. And I'm never working with them again, except for the man who worked on the beat. Because he's a good friend and I'll never cut him off. I will continue to work with him without those other people. Don't fuck with me if you're going to fuck over my work. Hell, I've been friends with the rapper who stole my music for 7 years, and I don't even consider him a friend now. I'm not saying he stole my music for 7 years, I'm saying I knew him for 7 years. So yeah, don't fuck over my vision. Don't fuck with my work. Like, that's just personal. Like, if you're gonna fuck with me personally, fine, whatever. It's not that I'll take it, but I'll actually stand up for myself. But if you fuck with my fucking work, how the fuck am I supposed to stand up to myself? Like, how? Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm gonna be talking about my experience with Xanax and benzoids as a bonus. So, it all starts in 2022, where I stopped being friends with this autistic guy. And we were good friends since like grade 7 or so. And we were like kind of best friends in 2021. Like we hung out like almost every day and all that. And it was pretty cool. He wasn't a good friend by any means, but we had a lot in common. And we shared some good times together. As of right now, he's dead. Sadly, he passed away. But it's nice to remember him. So I stopped being friends with him in 2022. But I go to prom, which he was also attending. And as horrible as prom went, at least one thing went well. And what went well was I talk it out with this friend and we become friends again. And that was actually a pretty good thing to come out of that fucking stupid ass prom I went to. It was so pointless. I just left because the girl wouldn't even regroup with me. So I felt like she didn't like me. So that's why I left. Because we split up. Yeah, she didn't seem to give a fuck. So I just left. But yeah, in July of that year, I quit my job and I started smoking weed full time. So like I'm cool to talk with about like drugs and all that because I was smoking weed and all that. So weed wasn't like something you should no. So like some friends you can't talk about drugs around because they're just so sensitive. Not sensitive from like trauma, but they're just little bitches. You know, they're goody two shoes. I half my friends are like that and it fucking sucks. So yeah, they kind of degraded as humans and the past like while, honestly. So I smoked weed every day, and I was obsessed with weed. So like I smoked weed all the time. I was always hotboxing my car. I was always smoking weed with my brother, and it was my brother who got me into weed. After he's been smoking it since like 2017, and I started in well, I actually first got high in 2020, but I first started smoking weed straight from the plant in 2022. So that's when I really got into weed because that was just a one-time thing in 2020. So 2 months before 2023 or something, I meet up with my friend I cut off, and he's doing pretty well. He got a car, and we chat and shit. He told me you lost a real one, uh, earlier this year, and he was like guilt tripping me and all that, and I just tried sucking up to him in a way that seemed natural. And he tells me the news that he became a drug dealer and his business seems to actually be going pretty well. And before he draws me back an xanax pill. And now that we're home, before I got out of the car and entered my home, I take the pill and my friend's just like, holy shit, that was a horse pill. Because it was a fully sized pill. And I exited the car and entered my house feeling normal. 10 minutes later, I'm in my room and I felt like I was floating mentally. Like it felt like what heaven feels like. You just don't give a fuck about what happened in your life, like you're above it. You feel mentally content with life. And the emotion you feel is euphoric on paper, but you don't act. So yeah, it's a very strong at peace with yourself. You feel very relaxed. Like you feel genuinely relaxed. Like you're on like a nice beach. It's like in your relaxed. Like if Super Mario Sunshine was real, like Rico Harbor or something, or like a Gelato Beach. If that was real, that's what it feels like for all those Like it's like, how if you were in a video game, it'd be like off-putting. That's how it feels like, basically. It's like you feel completely at peace. So like you feel so at peace as kind of off-putting, but you don't actually feel any negative emotions. So I kind of lied about it being off-putting. But you know how it's just different. If you lived in a video game world, it would just be different. It would be trippy, So yeah, after I took Xanax, maybe like, I don't know if it was like a month later or a week later, I don't remember. But I get kicked out of the house. And I think the Xanax taken not too long before. Whatever, it fucked up my brain. But I don't know. I've thought about putting the blame on the Xanax, but I'm not sure, and I won't get into it. So I'm moving to my dad, which is pretty good, because after what just happened to me, it was pretty hard to get back into the social world. Like a terrible thing happened. It felt kind of weird hanging out with them again, but it was interesting. Like I just felt deep sadness every time I was hanging out with my friends because we're hanging out and having fun, but I don't live at my home anymore, and everything just fucking sucks. And eventually I fill my friend in on what happened, and he takes me for a drive to talk about it. Actually, we set up a drug deal. So he drives me to a random parking lot near the mall and offers me drugs. I'd pay $60 for a couple pills, probably like 5 or 6, and these pills were benzoids. We called the orange benzoid the annoying orange, and boy did the annoying orange hit. I think I took half of those pills that night, because my life was really shit. Of course I resorted to drugs. Like that's why my life was fucking shit. My life just fell apart in 2023. So don't blame me for doing drugs. My life was fucking horrible back then. I couldn't bear it sober. So please understand. It really But before I did that, I lost the pill bottle, and I called my dad asking where it is. And that completely blew my cover. That completely fucked me over. Because next thing you know, the next day he gets mad at me because he knew I was taking drugs. So I basically gave myself away. And he points out that the benzoids froze half my face. Like, holy fuck, I never had a drug fuck me up that badly physically so far. I would like to mention that since my father found out, he canceled my driving test, which is actually the day after I took all those drugs. So yeah, thanks to that, I don't have a car, thanks to my stupid actions. And I haven't had a driving test ever since. So yeah, that fucking sucks. Hey, it's Big Soprano. You can stop with all the questions in the comment section, because the Q&A has been recorded. It's just going to be edited and may come out soon. Alright? So, anime ruined my life. I wasn't really into anime until 2019. Like, here and there, I would say, like, some fucking random shit or whatever from an anime or whatever. But I was never really into it. I stayed away from that. Because, like, in, like, 2016, anime was cringe. And now anime's based again, which fucking sucks, because anime is cringe. Okay? So, in 2019, I got into Persona 5. And I love this game, but this game fucking sucks, and I hate it now. Like, if you're like, out of high school and you're playing Persona 5, bro, I don't know what to say. Okay, that's only something you can like if you're like 14. And I was like, I was like 13 at the time, but I still liked it when I was 14. So I got obsessed with it, and it became my entire personality. Like, you couldn't talk to me at all without me talking about Persona 5. Or being weird about it, you know? Like, every fucking second, I was just a complete weirdo. It became my entire personality. And I get obsessed with everything about it. Like, the characters, the music, the gameplay. Just everything I became obsessed with. And my entire life was Persona 5. Just everything was about it. I even bought 2 Figmas of, like, Persona characters. And, I'm ashamed of that, because they were like $90. I could have used that $90 now on, like, I don't know, maybe I could buy a beat or something. I don't know, I don't buy beats. But maybe I could buy some bread, some food. That's $90 is more than my typical groceries list. Like, I don't know how much last time was, because I owe money for that. Because I know it lowered, but previously it was like $50. So $90 is a lot of money when I could buy 2 entire grocery lists of mine for someone living alone. So yeah, that's pretty expensive. And just everything I became obsessed with Persona. Like everything about it I became obsessed with. And I wasn't pleasant to talk to at the time. I became a very liberal Twitter user. And it ruined my Twitter. Like, I fell off. This is like one of my biggest fall-offs, other than me doing drugs. Like, of all time. Like, I don't know if it's worse than that or not, but it's pretty bad time. My friends don't look at it very fondly, and I don't either, because those were bad times, and I'll get into that in a bit. So I ruined my Twitter with Persona and lost all my following. Like, I was subbed like 2,000, and I checked my Social Blade. If I kept going for like 5 years, I would have ended up at like 800 followers. That's how quickly I was losing followers. For it, Social Blade to recognize that I was losing followers, they realized I would have 800 subscribers in 5 years. So by now, I would have 800 followers instead of 2,000, my peak. So yeah, that fucking sucks. That's how bad my Twitter was. And I became so obsessed with it, I got a mental illness because of it. And now I deal with intrusive thoughts every single day because of my obsession. And I don't want to like really talk about intrusive thoughts. I don't want to say what they are because it makes me kind of uncomfortable. Like, it's a part of, I got OCD from being obsessed with Persona 5 and all that. Like, I got OCD from it. I genuinely believe I got OCD from it, and a mental illness, like intrusive thoughts. I genuinely believe so, because that was the point in my life where I was like the most mentally ill, other than when I did drugs or whatever. And I was just very mentally ill, and I was treating myself with something as horrible as anime to cope. So it wasn't a good look for me, but it wasn't a good look on life at all. Like, if you just sit in your room all day obsessing over a character, I don't know what to say, because that was me at one point. You get what I'm saying? That's like kind of like the most I did with my day. The most thinking I've done in my day was about some character, and I'm pretty ashamed to admit that. But I guess that makes me a real man now, I guess, because previously I wasn't a man. I hope this this message comes across as very honest and, you know, serious, because I am not lying when I say I got a mental illness from Persona 5, and now I deal with intrusive thoughts every single day, and they're currently the worst part of my life, and this has been going on for 5 years. 5 fucking years. Like, I am serious. Ever since 2019, like May of 2019, I've been dealing with intrusive thoughts, and they make me really uncomfortable, and they're the reason why I went to the psych ward, why I had a breakdown and went to the psych ward, because they just make me so uncomfortable that I just have a breakdown, you know, and I haven't had a breakdown over it since. And my intrusive thoughts were actually pretty good in 2022. Like, I actually didn't deal with them at all, and barely in 2021. I don't think I did actually I did in 2021. It was actually really bad in 2021 as well, but 2022 it wasn't bad at all, and I actually felt normal for once. But now I've been dealing with them again since like September of last year. Dealt with them every day ever since, and it really fucking sucks. Like, it's the worst part of my life currently. I tell my therapist and psychiatrist about it, and they haven't fixed shit. The meds have not helped a single bit. I have a phone call appointment with my doctor on the 20th, and I'm going to confront them about my intrusive thoughts, because they give me so much unnecessary pain and discomfort. And like I said, my intrusive thoughts were not bad in 2022 at all. They only got the worst they've ever been in 2023. And they are just so painful. I can't enjoy anything without intrusive thoughts, and it ruins everything I like. Mainly music gets ruined by intrusive thoughts, because I hold the closest connection to music out of anything else. So my favorite music gets ruined the most out of everything in my life, and fuck, I hate it so much. To think this was caused by Persona 5. And since music is the number one thing I hold a connection to, other than like friendships and people, they get associated with my intrusive thoughts. And now whenever I listen to my favorite song of all time, I just think of intrusive thoughts. So that's why after I got, like, my intrusive thoughts became really bad when I got sent to a foster home, and after I got out of the foster home, I deleted my Last FM, because I didn't want to listen to or look back on the music I listened to during those times. You get what I'm saying? So I hope you guys understand that, if you guys are aware of that. But if I could go back in time, I would tell myself to stay away from Persona. I truly hate Persona now because of the mental illness it gave me. Intrusive thoughts are the worst fucking thing that happened to me. They've been going on for 5 years. My therapist hasn't done shit. My psychiatrist hasn't done shit. The meds haven't fucking worked, and I fucking hate my life. Everything I like gets fucking ruined by intrusive thoughts, and out of everything, it makes me want to kill myself the most. I have OCD because of Persona 5, and OCD is so much worse than autism and depression and any other mental issues. I can't function, go about my day as normal without intrusive thoughts, and they've only brought me down in life.
Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my thoughts on GTA 6, Grand Theft Auto 6, and when it comes out in 2025. So, I'm one of those GTA YouTubers now, guys. Just kidding. On December 2023, Rockstar released a trailer for the highly anticipated and most hyped game of all time, GTA 6, and fucking ruined it by making it come out in 2 years. Like, yeah, I was excited for the trailer, then it dropped, and then it said it's coming out in 2025. Like, thanks. 2 fucking years. That at the time it was 2 years. Now it's like almost 2 years. In the fall it'll be like 1 year, which is pretty good.
but the wait has been pretty bad so far. Like, I get hyped off and on and then realize it drops in almost 2 full years. I watched a video about GTA 6 and the YouTuber says stupid fucking shit. Like, there should be a gas meter in the game. Like, fuck no, that would ruin the game. Imagine that would just ruin driving across an entire map. What if you have to refuel your car like 3 times or something? I don't know. What if you have to refill your car every time you want to drive across the map? That is stupid. Especially if you buy like one of the properties that are like really cheap, that are located on the other side of the map. Yeah, no thanks. That would fucking suck, honestly. Because I remember having a bunker in GTA 5 online, and it was across the fucking map, so it fucking sucked ass. So imagine having to fill your gas up doing a mission. That is just stupid, honestly. Imagine filling up your car just to get it destroyed by an Oppressor Mark III in GTA 6 Online. And also, what this GTA 6 YouTuber said in the video I watched is like storing your weapons in your car, so it limits your weapon wheel and inventory. And I just think that's fucking stupid. Imagine having your weapons stored in your car and you steal another car only to not have said weapons. Like, that's just really stupid, honestly. No one wants to transfer your weapons to a different car. Just have the fucking weapons, honestly, in your inventory. Who gave a fuck about it in GTA 5? In Red Dead 2, I guess it's fine because you can store it on your horse. But if your horse dies, you kind of have to move your inventory or whatever, the saddle where you store everything, onto another fucking horse. So it's fucking stupid. It's not that bad in Red Dead 2, though. But that game is really boring. I hope GTA 6 isn't boring like Red Dead 2 was. Like, riding across the entire map probably takes like a day, a full day. It probably takes a couple hours, honestly. Meanwhile, in GTA 5, you could do that in like 10 minutes in a regular car. And not even to mention the planes, which is probably like 2 minutes. And I don't know if it's 2 minutes, probably like 5 minutes or something like that. But yeah, that's my rough estimation on driving across the map, because that's a really big point in this video. I just think it's stupid having to fill your gas up, drive across the map, because I do that all the time. I just think these ideas are really stupid. I do think the game's going to be the best yet. Like, honestly, like graphic-wise, controls-wise. Well, no one listens to GTA for like the soundtrack, but the radio station, that's where it's at, so it better have some fire songs on it. It better have my music in it, honestly. I was told not to make good music. That would be so fire if that was in the radio station on in GTA 6. I gotta ask Rockstar about that. That would be so fire. The GTA 5 story mode was amazing. The missions were so cinematic and high pressure. Like, you could feel it. Like, they were very cinematic and they were very, like, fun. Like, it's like the missions in GTA 5 summarized as like an adrenaline rush. You get what I'm saying? It's really fun. And every mission is fun except for like a couple. And I don't remember how long missions take, but I would have to assume they take like 10 minutes. So if I recorded a series on GTA, that would take forever to do, you know, so don't expect me to do a GTA series anytime soon, especially when GTA 6 comes out, because I want to enjoy that on my own time. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, GTA 5 has some of the best designed missions in history, at least when it comes to Grand Theft Auto. That shit ain't better than Mario Sunshine, I'll tell you that. Meanwhile, GTA 4 is go here, kill this guy, get money, no checkpoints. It's like stupid. The gameplay is really shitty in GTA 4. Like, I haven't played any other GTA games other than 5 and 4. but it's the worst gameplay in the series. So, well, I played San Andreas, I don't know, but like barely. I barely played San Andreas, so I would say GTA 4 has the worst gameplay in the series. But even then, it's not that bad, it's just not fun. You get what I'm saying? I love GTA 4, but the missions just aren't it. They fucking suck. And the game is so much longer than GTA 5, which sucks. The game will take you 70 hours to complete, and it's the longest Rockstar game I've ever played. I just hope that GTA 6 is the same length as GTA 5, or longer or shorter. Just not on GTA 4's length, because every mission fucking sucked. GTA 4 probably has the best story, but it's not told so well in these shitty ass missions that they put in the game. They're just really, really boring. They're frustrating, they're redundant, they're repetitive, they're just fucking stupid in GTA 4, honestly. But I love everything else about the game. Like, the driving is actually pretty fun. It's different from GTA 5, so I enjoy that. But anyways, we're talking about GTA 6. So, I'm excited for GTA 6 to drop next year. I won't be doing a video on it, but I will be enjoying it on my own time. Maybe I'll even drop a review, who knows. But yeah, GTA 6 is looking promising from what the leaks show. So yeah, play GTA 6 when it comes out. I am Rockstar Games, and I'm a part of Rockstar Games. I'm their content creator, Big Soprano. It's on their website. If you didn't know that, like, go to careers and you'll see Big Soprano in the Rockstar, you know, credits. I'm credited at the end of GTA 5. Hey, it's Big Soprano. Sorry about the last video. It was kind of very, like, uninteresting. Honestly, if I watched it, I'd probably fall asleep to it, honestly. It was really boring, in my opinion, so sorry about that. And the game footage was a little too loud, so sorry about that. But today I'm going to be talking about my experience with OCD. I have autism, so my intrusive thoughts, obsessions, and compulsions may not be OCD. But after the psych ward said I showed symptoms, I took it as a diagnosis, even though it isn't. I did not self-diagnose. It's either I have OCD or my autism is on the brink of being completely dysfunctional. Like, I'm not sure if I have OCD or just really, really bad autism that only got worse after I got obsessed with a certain video game. So, it's either or, but for this video, I'm probably going to switch between saying I have OCD or I have really bad autism, because I don't know personally. I don't know how to get a diagnosis, but I will talk to my doctor about it, because I don't know if I have OCD or not. So, yeah. Why am I talking about OCD? Well, there's a stigma to the existence of OCD. People think OCD is organizing or cleaning your room a bunch and very attentive to detail and very perfectionist. Like, I hate those, like, stereotypes. Even though, like, some people with OCD may be like that, I'm not, personally, even though I don't know how I have OCD or not. And I don't think most people are like that at all, honestly. I don't think it's true, at least not in everyone's experience. But I'm talking about OCD because I want to bring more awareness to the darker side of OCD that isn't socially accepted yet. And I hope you learn from this video. So we're going to turn back time to 2019. I first experienced unwanted thoughts, mental images, and urges that make me feel disgusted and uncomfortable about myself, and paranoia relating to what others might think of me, which nowadays for me is psychosis rather than only paranoia. So psychosis is like paranoia to the extreme. So I have psychosis, wondering what others think about me, and if the thoughts are true or not, in which they aren't. Feeling disgusted from intrusive thoughts doesn't mean you should be ashamed of yourself. Everyone gets intrusive thoughts. It just depends on the person how severe they are. No matter how severe, it will never reflect on you. They're often random for regular people, like you look down from a boat and thought about throwing your son off of it, right? That's an intrusive thought. And you get so ashamed that you even thought of that even though you will never do it, you just fear that one day you will. And this is all natural. This is like a big part of what intrusive thoughts are. It's not just the intrusive thoughts, it's the reaction to it, you know? You just need to accept the intrusive thoughts and move on. It's natural to think you will eventually act on these thoughts or urges, but you probably won't. And my OCD or autism is very, very bad. I get the urges, I get I get the intrusive thoughts. I have compulsions. Hell, I feel like everything I do is a compulsion. Like, one of my obsessions is probably like looking normal or whatever. So I'm trying my best to fit in. These my compulsions are just me trying to fit in and act natural. Like, oh, maybe I'll rub my nose when I walk by this person just so I look normal or whatever. It's like little things like that. And it may sound stupid, but that's what OCD, like a big part of OCD is. One of my many obsessions, and by obsession I mean a recurring stress-inducing thought, and one that won't get me demonetized, is fear of contamination from only the family I live with. I wash my hands twice after using the family bathroom, and I did that a couple times today. It's one of my compulsions. I don't want to feel disgusting, you know, like I touched where my family touched and all that. I feel disgusted, and I don't want to feel that. So one of my compulsions is to wash my hands twice after using the family bathroom. And that may seem normal, but I think that may be like my OCD or my really bad autism. So in 2021, my OCD is the worst it's ever been at the time. But trust me, only got much worse now. But with my intrusive thoughts at an all-time high, I began to break down, screaming and crying. And it scared the shit out of my mom. Like, she was probably traumatized. And probably that breakdown was a compulsion. Like, a compulsion is like what you do to get rid of those thoughts. So what I did to try and get rid of those thoughts was break down, scream and cry. So I got sent to the psych ward, and only on the last few days I told them what's really going on in my head. And I leave with new meds, noting and they noted I show symptoms of OCD, and I took that as a diagnosis ever since. So in 2022, from experiencing the worst of my OCD, I began to have a moment of peace that lasted only a year. This was my most mentally healthy year. No intrusive thoughts, no shame, no discomfort, just a clear mind. It was the most peace I've been in since like I got intrusive thoughts in 2019. So in 2023 to 2024, my life fell apart completely. My intrusive thoughts did not come back until fall of 2023, and currently they are the worst they ever been for 11 months straight. No, I am not joking. I can't stand it anymore. I've been telling my therapist everything since early this year, and nothing has helped. I've been prescribed new doses of meds that will hopefully work, but I haven't picked them up yet, because so far, meds have never worked for my intrusive thoughts and discomfort. Neither is talking it out. I currently have another therapist joining in me on my sessions that specializes in intrusive thoughts, and I just had a session and it was great. They told me every bit of information I need to know, and while my new awareness is relieving for my mind, I still can't get rid of a single intrusive thought. I hope you all enjoyed my very long talk on OCD, because it makes me feel better to talk about it a little bit. Intrusive thoughts can't be controlled, but they can be accepted. Just know that. And if you suffer from OCD or really bad autism like I do, then drop a comment below detailing your experience. It would be nice to know that I'm not the only one, because one of the main parts of OCD is that or intrusive thoughts, is that you think you're the only one but this is actually very common in people. Hey, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my experience with having a job. So currently I don't have a job at the moment. I just have a lot of mental issues that make working much harder for me than it is for others. Like, anyone else I know probably has an easier time working compared to me just because of like mental issues and all of that. And I'd say my OCD is the worst it's ever been, and having to like worry about what other people think about me, it gets really bad, and I don't want to experience that while working a job. That also goes along with like many other like mental issues that I have. Like last time someone insulted me, it like ruined my day. So if I had a bad customer today, it would ruin my day. You get what I'm saying? If I was working. And I don't want my day to get ruined by a stupid customer. That should be like beneath me. But mentally it's not beneath me. And everything hurts me way more than it hurts others. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm sensitive to some things while others aren't. But I am. You get what I'm saying? So in late 2019 to 2020, I was very close to applying for McDonald's because I wanted to work at McDonald's just to get some extra money. And I thought it would be a fun side quest. That's how I thought in my mind. It like to pass the time. This is like a calendar-based game. And yet you have to spend time to get through like the morning, the afternoon, and the evening. So I thought like, oh, maybe I'll spend my afternoon working a job or something, or my mornings. So I thought that would have been a great idea. But then the pandemic hit and I couldn't apply for a year. So it stopped me from getting my first job for about a year, because in 2021 I got my first job at Staples. And if you don't know what Staples is, I don't know if they have that in America or not. I think they do. But what Staples is like, it's like they sell like school supplies or like office supplies and chairs and some furniture, like chairs, of course. But they sell like a bunch of like utilities for like school or office or stuff like that. So that's what Staples is, and it was pretty cool working there. My coworkers were nice, but the customers were really annoying. Like, I had a few instances where the customer was just really annoying. I had one instance where I remember a customer yelling at me for not calling the tech guy to my till. And I remember that pissing me the fuck off. I would imagine myself beating him up while I was in the psych ward. And, oh yeah, the psych ward. My mom told Staples I was going to be away, and my friends called and asked where I was because I didn't have my phone and wasn't texting them. And I come back to the psych ward and I tell everyone in the Snapchat group chat, and it for some reason shut everyone up, like it killed the conversation. And there was no like messages for the rest of the day. And then like the next day I'm at work, the manager takes me into the office and chews me out for telling everyone I went to the psych ward. Because apparently people were talking about it a lot, and I guess there were rumors, which is really, really stupid. I can't just say what's going on in my life. I guess, wow, shame on me, right? That's fucking stupid. So, that's not very nice to hear that people were talking about it. I guess there's not really any drama at Staples, so the smallest thing would set them off to just gossiping. So that fucking sucked. So anyways, I couldn't handle working there anymore. I'd just grown soft, whatever, from like being in the psych ward. And I quit my first job. So I didn't work until 2022. So the next job I worked at was McDonald's in 2022. And it was loads of fun. I spent time with my friends while working, and it was really fun. It was the best job experience I've had, except for the bitch-ass manager. But I grew popular at McDonald's. I was able to have fun talking to anyone there. And my friend said I'm good at talking to random people because I'm polite. So one day I get yelled at by a manager and I quit my job. Because that manager was a fucking bitch. All I did was laugh at I was laughing. The manager heard me laughing while I was in the kitchen while the front end was having a bad day. And the manager just came and fucking screamed at me over it. Like, wow, I guess you can't laugh at work anymore. I guess it seemed like I was goofing off, but I wasn't. We were in check. We were on top of the game in the back end, because it was front end that was fucking struggling, not back end, which is where I was. So that was really fucking stupid. So I quit my job because that fucking sucked. But it was probably my best job experience I ever had, other than the bitch ass managers. Like, I thought it was really fun. But the next job I worked at was my uncle's job, and he works with like scaffolding. And what I did was step on a pedal to punch holes into metal for 8 hours straight, and it really started to grate on me. It pissed me off that I had to work a job to stay at my aunt's, and everyone at the job looked at me weird, so I quit. Like, everyone just looked at me really weirdly, and I stood out there because I was the youngest guy working there. So the next job I worked at was Burger King, and I'm not even gonna talk about that. It was fucking horrible. Worst job experience I've ever had. So my last job was at a Chinese food restaurant, and it was alright. I was the only one there who wasn't Chinese, which was funny. But the job was really boring. I did random shit around the front till for 4 hours, and I couldn't stand it. It was really boring. I just couldn't stand it. It was my most, like, I feel like it grated on me harder than stepping on a pedal for 8 hours straight. Like, it was bad enough for me to quit, my job with my uncle. It was bad enough for me to quit. But man, Chinese was probably worse. It was so bad that I quit. It was so boring that I quit it, because like I basically did nothing at my entire time there. Like, I didn't cook. I didn't do shit. I cleaned like a little bit. I don't know. I organized these plastic bags, and I helped form those like cardboard, like whatever you put the food in, like a cardboard bowl or whatever. I made those. Like, I didn't physically make them, but I would put them together because you have to fold them and shit. And so it was really boring, and it really started to grate on me, so I quit. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to be talking about my experience with ecstasy, or Molly, or MDMA. I'm probably going to call it Molly in this video, but I might just use ecstasy. So in 2023, I'm living in the trap because I got kicked out of my aunt's house because I didn't have a job. Or at least they were threatening to kick me out, so I was like, okay, I have another place to stay. And I packed up my shit and left, because it honestly fucking sucked that I had to get a job just to live there. Especially with my last job I had fucking sucked. It fucking sucked, my last job. So I'm living in the trap, and my friend, who has probably 6 bodies or whatever, he hooks up with a Tinder girl who knows a drug dealer. I guess that's how they came into contact with each other. They just talked about drugs. Because I remember him telling me about her, and was like, yo, she's like this, she likes the same stuff we do. And I was like, we? But yeah, he hooked up with this Tinder girl because she knows a drug dealer. And after things going horribly wrong with her, he already got the drug dealer, a hold of the drug dealer. And through her, he gets a drug dealer that sells ecstasy and cocaine and acid. I buy ecstasy off the drug dealer, and here is how it feels. So you have a limited spatial awareness. You'll probably bump into things. I haven't really experienced any bumping into things and all that, but you definitely feel it. I don't think at the moment I was oh, nah, my spatial awareness was limited. Oh, hell no. I was I felt limited in some way. I just didn't know what. So only recently I found out that limited spatial awareness is one of the feelings you get from ecstasy, and that is true. That's honestly what I felt. I just didn't know what it was. So you feel limited spatial awareness, and you feel like a slight euphoric, like, pleasure. Like, very slight, honestly. You probably have to take multiple to actually, like, climax in your pants or whatever. But, like, you don't really feel, like, much pleasure. You feel a little euphoric and a little pleasure and all that, but you don't actually, like, come in your pants. And that's what I signed up for, but sadly, nope, I couldn't come in my pants today, so I didn't, sadly. What I do is always put ecstasy in a bottle of Prime, like Prime Hydration, Logan Paul's Prime, and KSI's Prime. I put Molly in there every time I had Prime or every time I had Molly, and honestly, it was kind of funny. It was pretty funny to put Molly in, well, ecstasy in Prime. It made the Prime taste like pleasure. It didn't taste like pleasure, but it's like you have pleasure in drinking it because it makes you feel pleasure. You get what I'm saying? So it kind of made Prime a little special to me before I started to gain a Prime experience and start collecting all the bottles, right? I think it was $20 for one use of ecstasy, and honestly, that's a little expensive. To me, at least. Like, cocaine was like $50 for a gram. And a gram is a lot, but $50 is also a lot. I guess if you got 2 grams for $50, that'd be a total steal. But I guess 1 gram for $50 makes sense. But just for one use of ecstasy for $20, honestly felt like a scam, honestly. If it was $20 for like 5 servings of ecstasy, I'd say that's a total steal, honestly, in my opinion. But no, every time you take ecstasy, it's going to cost you $20. And that honestly fucking sucks. It's way too expensive for just one use where you don't really feel much. You just feel a little euphoric, like a little drunk. That's basically it. I last took ecstasy on September 5th, where I took it with acid. And this was like a horrible day for me. A terrible day for me. And it goes down as one of the worst days in my friend group. Because after I had a bad day, I thought, oh, it would be a good idea if I cut off all my friends and probably kill myself off acid. So I took the acid and ecstasy, and it was an intense feeling with the acid. The acid was horrible, but I'll cover that in a future video. Because there's more I'd like to touch upon when it comes to acid. But yes, the last time I did ecstasy, I put it in Prime. That was just my trademark. So if they ever make Prime ecstasy, I'm suing the CEO of drugs. Because, honestly, that's my idea. I'm probably... Maybe I'm not the only person in the world who put ecstasy in their Prime. But I sure feel like it. No one else I know who's done ecstasy put it in Prime. I know a guy who's currently taking ecstasy. I should tell him to put it in Prime. If you're watching this video, my friend... Well, don't do ecstasy. First things first. But if you're gonna do it, put it in Prime. So if you're my friend watching this that does ecstasy, put it in Prime. That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you to do the drug. I'm not telling you to not do it. Just put it in Prime if you're gonna do it. So I'm gonna sue the CEO of drugs if they ever make Prime ecstasy a thing. Unless they credit me. But yeah, I feel like ecstasy was a total scam. It gave me hallucinations, but I'm not sure if I was on coke or not. I probably wasn't, but frequent drug use made me hallucinate that my friend was going to beat me up, so I cut him off over it. It still wasn't that bad of a call, honestly. He never really treated me right, and we had frequent falling outs. But yeah, ecstasy is not worth it, in my opinion. It's $20 for barely any feelings. It's not euphoric enough to be worth it. and it doesn't give me enough pleasure to be worth it. So, no, I did not get pussy on ecstasy. None at all, not even a drop. My friend did, however, so I guess there's something wrong with me. So yeah, I did not get horny when I used ecstasy. It was just a fun thing to put it in Prime as a party trick. It really wasn't anything special. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and today I'm going to talk about my experience with LSD, or acid. I'll probably call it acid in this video, but this is going to be a big one. So, LSD is a hallucinogenic drug, and I didn't do drugs until I started living in the trap with my friend, because I was getting kicked out of my aunt's house. So my friend found a drug dealer that sells coke, ecstasy, and LSD. And the coke was $50, the ecstasy was $20, and the LSD, I think it was like $50. I think it was $50, and I bought some. It was $50 for a single tab of LSD, and it was not worth it at all. Like, it's too expensive, and the effects it has on you, which I will explain later in the video, are really bad. And like, I had a really, really bad experience with LSD, so it was not worth the $50. And my friend kept telling me to take it at the right time, because it could either fix your life or destroy it. And I guess it destroyed my life, because I never took it until I left the trap and I was living in the homeless shelter. And living in the homeless shelter was really horrible for me. Like, I felt lonely, I felt scared of like just random people, because there's a lot of scary people that come around the homeless shelter. People who stay there, or people who just hang around it, or whatever. They're all terrible people, honestly. I'm not saying all homeless people are terrible people, but these people that I met at the homeless shelter, they were terrible, honestly. And no wonder they ended up there. And like, I just did not belong there, because I didn't fuck up like as badly as those people did, and I still ended up there just because I had no place to stay, because my aunt wouldn't take me back after my stay at the trap house went horribly wrong, you know? So I bought the LSD, and I never really took it until I started living in the homeless shelter. So I had a really shitty day. I lost my job, and I won't explain like why or how, but at the very least, let's just say I quit my job, because it fucking sucked, and all the people there are fucking horrible people. So it fucking sucked there. That was at Burger King. And so I quit my job, and I was on the brink of a breakdown. Like, it was a really shitty day, and it fucking sucked. It was really horrible, honestly. And I thought it would be a good day, good time to cut off all my friends and delete Discord. And I already deleted Instagram. I thought it was a good idea to cut off all my friends and then take acid and maybe kill myself. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows, right? Like, it was kind of up in the air whether I'd kill myself or not. And I last took it on September 5th, 2023. And it was the worst experience of my life. Like, it fucking sucked. So I experienced a very bad acid trip, and I took it with some Molly that I put in the Prime outside of a 7-Eleven. Like, I didn't drink it, but I put it on my tongue and it dissolved. And I come back to the shelter feeling drunk. Like, I felt drunk as fuck. I wake up my friend who was sleeping on one of the chairs in the lobby, and for some reason everyone I became acquainted with started crowding around me. They probably knew I was on acid. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Kind of made me anxious. So I try to go to bed. Then I start having paranoia. I had cocaine on me at the time. So I brought drugs into the shelter, and I might get kicked out if found out. So that made me very paranoid. So I leave the homeless shelter very late in the night while on acid, and these two people on a bike ride up to me, about to jump me. I call the cops and they go away. From there on, I started to experience some intense feelings and hallucinations. I started to get extremely paranoid that I'm being stalked or being watched and I'm about to get beat up. And people started popping out on the street out of nowhere. It may not be hallucinating because those people were actually there. But it felt like they just popped out of existence, out of the shadows. And it scared the shit out of me. So eventually the cops arrive. And they Uno reversed me and put me in custody until they drive me back to the shelter, which was like a block away. So, yeah, they could have just walked me there in handcuffs, but I guess they drove. It was easy enough. And over there at the shelter, I tell the workers that I'm on acid, and I'm extremely scared. Like, after that experience. Like, not because of the cops, but because, like, I almost got jumped. Like, I was shaking. So they call an ambulance and they check my blood pressure and they're like giving me directions or whatever, like, I don't know, like breathe or something, I don't know, like normal stuff. And they take me into the hospital to wear off those drugs. And this is where the experience was pretty horrible because I felt like everyone at the hospital was making fun of me. And I started getting those hallucinations that people were making fun of me for months. Like, for, like, almost a year. Well, probably, like, half a year. It's much better now. I don't get those hallucinations anymore. But, like, I used to genuinely think everyone, like, in public was just making fun of me. And it was a really terrible feeling. To feel like the world's against you. And, everything just fucking sucks, you know? So I felt like everyone at the hospital was making fun of me because I just sat in a chair in a part of the hospital full of people. But they probably didn't make fun of me. After the hospital, I go back to the shelter and that's it. I am never trying acid again. Do not try acid. It sent me to the hospital. It was the worst experience of my life when it comes to drugs. Yeah, when it comes to drugs, it was the worst experience I've ever had with drugs. It's Big Soprano, and I just vaped, and I have 20 milligrams of nicotine in the vape juice, and I feel like I'm gonna throw up right now. So if I sound sick in the video, that's probably why. So anyways, I'm gonna be talking about my experience with drugs and autism, and if they mix like at all. They mix well or not, or if they mix at all. You get what I'm saying? So I'm going to be talking about my experience with drugs and autism. It's not going to be like two videos in one. It's going to be more like the relationship between drugs and autism. And apparently it's not exactly linked, but autistic individuals may use drugs to self-medicate, in which I did. Okay, so in 2023, I turned to drugs. This is probably like one of the biggest mistakes in my life. Don't do it. It was a very bad choice of mine. And I just think drugs are very bad for your mental state. Not just autism, but they're very bad for your mental state. So I turned to drugs for recreational use, so for fun. That's what recreational means, like for like an altered state of mind. So obviously I did it recreationally, and I did it as a way of self-medicating. Like I thought maybe this will help with my intrusive thoughts. Spoiler alert, it didn't. So I thought it would be good to self-medicate with drugs after a big mistake I made earlier in the year. But actually it just made me worse. Okay? So I did drugs in 2023 when I moved to the trap house with my friend, and I'm gonna explain what it's like with having autism and doing those drugs. So for cocaine, I started snorting cocaine in 2023 and all that. You guys all know that, but like I feel like cocaine made me funnier, honestly, or maybe just gave me more confidence to make more out there jokes. I don't know, but I feel like it made me funnier, you know, like more jokes were able to pop in my mind and all that. It makes me more like sociable. You get what I'm saying in that sense. Like I'm able to make jokes and all that. Well, I'm not saying it makes my jokes better, but it makes me more joking, I guess I'd say. So it makes me funnier and more sociable. And it also made me hyper. Like pretty hyper. Like you don't like not hyper in the sense like you drink two cups of coffee and you're like shaking. In which I didn't experience myself like shaking because of coffee until after I did cocaine. So don't do cocaine. It affects you like a lot mentally and physically. I'd say that's like one of the physical like negatives about cocaine. So it made me hyper and like more focused and confident. And so with autism, if you're hyper, you're probably going to be more annoying. If people already find you annoying, you'll just be found more annoying. But in my experience, I wasn't called or said to be annoying while I was on cocaine, which is a good thing. I played Call of Duty on cocaine and had fun, and it's funny because I don't actually like Call of Duty Zombies, but the cocaine made me enjoy playing Call of Duty. So if you're autistic and you know you don't really like a game mode or a game as much as other people do, you then maybe trying it while on cocaine makes it better. But I'm not saying to do cocaine. I'm saying like if you did cocaine, it'd probably make it more fun. So it made Call of Duty more fun. And listening to music, it was fire. It was actually really awesome to listen to music. But it may make your autism worse. But I didn't have intrusive thoughts at this point. But for some reason, like this is probably like because I'm autistic. But my other friend was autistic too. But he probably I was probably beneath him in his eyes. But ever since I started doing coke, my friends at the time started babying me like I'm a pure soul that needs to be protected. Like just straight up babying me. And it was to the point where my friends treated me like a retard, but with good intentions. So it's kind of different, right? But you still feel like a retard. So they thought I was retarded in a good way, to the point where they would limit my drug usage if they thought it was too much. But they were actually so stupid. In that moment, I accidentally spilled a lot of coke, and my friends thought I was going to snort it all, in which I wasn't. So he just disregarded me as a total retard. So like they thought I was retarded, and I don't mean to like fling that like say that word like without any meaning or like as an insult. I'm just saying they started treating me like a retard and babying me. You get what I'm saying? Like it was to the point where like my friend offered me and my other friend to drive his car, and he let my other friend drive but not me. Like, he let my other friend instantly drive, but not me, because he thought I was stupid for some reason. Like, he, like, held up the keys, and he was like, he said something, and I guess I answered it wrong, but, like, it wasn't that far off, what I said. And he's like, okay, you're not driving. Like, okay, thanks. But when I was driving, I was just like spinning the car in circles, and he thought we were gonna crash. Meanwhile, he's all confident with my other friend. So that fucking sucked. So if you have bad friends, they'll treat you like an idiot if you have autism. So when I did Molly, it was fine. I couldn't get a bitch for the life of me, and I didn't get any fuck because I'm autistic. Another bitch there took ecstasy and didn't fuck me. One time she asked me, wanna fuck? And I jokingly said yes. Like, I said, like, a straightforward yes, like, ironically. And then we never fucked. So, that stupid bitch was probably testing to see if I would say yes, honestly. But next I'm gonna talk about acid. It made my nightmares come to life. Everything scared the shit out of me. Like, it was a horrible experience. So, next I'm gonna talk about weed. It made me more annoying. So if you're autistic and you're annoying, it's just gonna make you more annoying. That's one thing I could say for sure. Apparently, I was unbearable to talk to, but I interacted with my brother just fine. But weed made music so much better, but now weed affects my autism or OCD in a horrible way. It gives me horrible psychosis and paranoia. And I quit drugs in September 2023, except I stopped smoking weed only a few months ago. Like, it was like every once in a while I would smoke weed, but I would just get bad experience after bad experience, so I just stopped smoking weed. So yeah, that's how autism ties into drugs. It will probably just make people treat you differently, and it will probably make your thoughts worse. Like, I know it makes your mental state worse, like way worse, but it made it like some things made me more autistic, like weed. So yeah, I don't recommend like stuff like that if you're autistic. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and this is my 300 sub special. From left to right, we have Bass John, FBG Doug, Nick Moore, AMP Chris, and B Bryfe. So, what are your questions for me today from the comment section?
I got you. So the first question up today, some of your videos make your life seem sad. Have you ever had any positive experience? I'm worried about you.
Yes, I've had some positive experiences in life, like even at work, at school, even today. Like today I drank an energy drink.
That's beautiful, man.
Okay, so I have a question here from BlockVods8489. Have you tried watching anal porn? Question mark.
Yes, I do all the time. Actually, as someone who quit porn, I do not, but that's a very good question. Maybe someday I'll get into it.
I'm a connoisseur.
Yeah.
All right, next question goes to Bass John.
I'm glad you're healthier now, physically than you were before. But I think you should slow down before you start looking like Phantom.
Before I start looking like Phantom? Damn, bro.
Yes.
Bro, I have slowed down. Instead of eating corn dogs every day, like 3 of them, I eat a bologna sandwich, so I am slowing down. I might even work out someday, because my friends go like every weekday at 7 a.m. I just don't want to wake up for that, that's all. And I don't have a credit card to pay for the gym membership because I don't want to be broke and then they just cancel on me. I have money like for like 2 weeks and then the rest of the month I'm broke.
What's your Cash App, twin? I'll give you some.
I don't have a Cash App. I don't have a Cash App.
All right. Next question is for
Nick Moore.
Jadzal Mal wants to know, anything else you can share about your old Twitter account with the Sunshine Shades Mario profile pic?
Okay.
Were you big in Nintendo Twitter subgenres? Perhaps any banger tweets you'd be known for? Love the videos.
Yes, I was a part of the Nintendo fandom on Twitter, and I made a couple banger tweets. Like, I think I held up a purple Skittle, and I was like, "Is this Skittle purple or brown?" And then I also there's like a Buzz Lightyear video where a guy's pants are like over his like shoulders and he has a Buzz Lightyear mask on and he's dancing to do the hustle. So I did that but with a Luigi mask and Mario pajama pants and that blew the fuck up.
I have a question from Forignal. He said, if I take Xanax, I can go to Rico Harbor?
Yes, that is correct. If you take Xanax, you can choose any world in Super Mario Sunshine and just relax. Hell, play Super Mario Sunshine on Xanax because I played Call of Duty on Coke and it was fun.
All right, the next question is a doozy. This one comes from Davey Wavy 3211. He says, I lost 30K after I moved to Vegas a year ago. I still gamble in hopes to hit big and move somewhere else, like Ohio. But first, I want to make gambling videos here. But where would you want to move or live one day? Where do you see yourself in a year or two? And do you have any advice for me?
Only in Ohio. So I want to move Texas. Because it would be awesome there and the weather's very nice. And where do I see myself in the future? I see myself with a car, bitch. With a fire car, bro, with like a red flames on it. Nah, like the Thanos truck. Like that, bro. That'd be fire. What else did he ask? He lost
any
30K.
advice for him?
So what you want to do is take a loan to, gamble more and make it all back.
I think I got this. Basically, Davey Wavy, you're too low right now. What you gotta do, you gotta take out a loan and then double it. Do double or nothing. If you win, you win big. If not, you just kill yourself, or you take out another loan and pay it off. You know,
Yeah,
you can never
that's
lose
true.
at the casinos.
That is
I
true.
think you have rookie numbers. Rookie numbers.
that's
Take from
probably
the gambling expert here, Johan. I mean,
Hey,
my bad.
hey, what the fuck did I tell you not to fucking say my name? You fucking.
My bad, bro. We'll fucking bleep it out, bro.
That's probably the best comment so far. So what's next?
Okay. Well, this one's from Toast Doddle. He asks, "Where do you want to take your life?"
Preferably in my own room.
Holy shit!
Well, I think.
Can I
no,
add
I
on
think.
to that?
That's
Will
not
you
what he
live
meant.
stream it?
No.
No, I think. I think he's asking, "Where do you want to take your life?" As in, like, where would you want your life to take off? Like, not you wanting to.
There's a lot of
kill yourself.
like that, Soprano. Like, there's a lot that are asking, where do you see the channel in a year? Where do you see
Oh.
yourself?
Okay, I got confused. Okay.
Yeah, no. Just to clarify, he is not suicidal.
Okay, yeah, I'm
That was
not.
a joke.
I want to take my life to new heights with music and maybe get a job and a car and a woman and, you know, things we all want. And a
That's very
PS5.
valid.
Hey, Soprano, I've got a good one for you here from
Yeah.
Seedle Weedle 2525 with some gay anime profile picture.
Okay.
They say, I honestly love your video, and I'm glad you're doing a Q&A because I definitely have questions. They might be flirting with you.
Okay.
Like, where can I find your music? You've mentioned previously you've made some beats. I'd like to hear them. Secondly, would you ever consider live streaming?
I don't think I'm ready to release my music to the public quite yet. Maybe in the future. But in streaming in the future, if I did streaming, I'd probably like slip up and read like a horrible comment and say it live on stream and then get canceled. You get what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
I guess that's true. Jerry Noble asked the same thing. He's asking to hear some music. I think the audience really wants to hear some music. Same
Okay.
with,
I have some
I got another
music
comment
for
right
you.
here.
I have some
Are you
music
gonna play
for you.
some right now?
Yep. Alright, it's playing right now.
Yeezus hat. How many bitches do I have? Just don't ask. I'm poor and I don't wanna be white trash. 2 weeks at the psych ward and now I'm riddled in holes like a foam runner.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You good, man?
That was great.
Hell yeah, bro.
I'm
Thank
hearing
you.
it.
Jesse something asked if you could share beats. He's interested in your music too.
Maybe. Should I put my email in the description of the video?
Yes.
Sure.
Well, as his other comment has asked, he's asking if you could open a Discord server up.
I don't think I'm ready to do that because you see Donkey, I don't think he has a Discord server. He doesn't really like interact directly with his fans. Like he's too popular on Twitter to like reply to them. But if I had like a Twitter or a server, like I'm small enough to like interact with my fans, and that it's not personal, but I just don't want to do that quite yet. You get what I'm saying? Because Donkey didn't have to.
Fair enough. All right, I've got a question from TVRI9180, and he asks, just wanted to ask about how you're able to make a channel and still keep it a secret from your friends and family, considering you don't really want them to know about it.
Okay, so how I was able to do that is involve only my closest friends, not my other friends, which I know in real life, and I don't involve my family. I don't involve those friends, and that's how I was able to make a channel where none of them know.
Okay. I have a question from Butter on Pancakes 6335. He asks, what did you think about Vultures 2?
I think Field Trip is amazing. I was listening to Vultures 2 with my aunt while she cut my hair, and it was a pretty awesome experience.
Next question is coming from Nicology. This isn't a question per se, but it's a comment. He said, "Get gay." What are your
Okay.
thoughts on this?
Okay. Well, if I were to get gay, just how would I do it? I got a question for you. How would I do it exactly?
You'd probably have gay sex.
Okay.
You'd have to drink whatever Obama gave the frogs.
Okay. All right. Instead of Prime.
Fact. Or maybe mix it with the Prime, like how you mix the Molly in your Prime.
Yeah, that's
Put some
true.
supplements in there.
Yeah.
Facts.
Alright, next
Okay,
question.
well this next one's a very important one. From Lego Boy 7107. What's wrong with watching Super Mario Glitchy 4? Lol.
I just think, okay, so for context, I said that someone at the homeless shelter was watching Super Mario Glitchy 4. And I just think, like, there's nothing wrong with it, but I was just thinking, like, wow, what a terrible situation to be in. And you spend your time watching Super Mario Glitchy 4.
Oh, wait, this one's from Pikachu Frankie. This is from your video of why I haven't killed myself yet.
Yeah.
He asked, this appeared in my recommended for some reason. Do you want some help?
No, I'm all good. I have a supportive friend group, and I'm around good friends, so I do not need any help. And I go to therapy. I have a psychiatrist, and I'm seeing my family doctor soon.
That's
All right,
beautiful.
I have 2 questions, and they are adjacent to each other.
Okay.
One comes from Butter on Pancakes, and the other one comes from Quandale Dingle.
Oh.
One asks, what's your favorite movie? The other, what's your favorite album?
My favorite movie of all time is Uncut Gems. It's such a good movie. Every time I recommend it to a girl, they just stop watching halfway through, and then they never talk to me again.
That same thing happened to me. I watched it with a girl once, and she was like, "Can we shut this off and then put on some shitty Woody Allen, Timothy Chalamet movie with Selena Gomez in it?"
Wow.
That movie's so great, bro.
It was so bad.
So my favorite album, now that's a tricky question, because I have a new favorite album, like, every month. So, like, I'd say, like, of all time or something, Yeezus by Kanye West. And
That's valid.
and monthly, like, my current one is, like, EXO by Elliott Smith.
Yeah. Okay. I have a question here from YN8789. Do you speak any languages besides English?
Yes, I speak Romanian.
Can you say something for us?
No, I can't.
All right, next question.
Okay.
Verbal Noodle 471 would like to know, do you ever feel like sometimes you can do anything you want to? Like there's nothing stopping you from doing anything besides yourself?
Well, if I took a shit ton of coke, yes. But normally, that's kind of a rare feeling. Like, maybe I'll feel that after I listen to a really empowering woman. Not empowering woman. A very empowering album. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wow, I can do anything I want.
An empowering woman.
No!
Yeah, what made you say that?
Because women are empowering. No! Well, I mean, everyone wants an empowering woman in their life. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you better.
Exactly.
It's
All right. I have a question here from Henry Hughes. He asks, if you were trapped on a desert island and could only bring 3 items, what would they be?
I would bring my vape, vape juice, a Nintendo Switch, but with a digital download of Super Mario 3D All-Stars. I won't be able to charge it.
There you go.
Oh, what if I add?
You'll get to play it once.
What if it's attached to like a power bank that lasts like 500 years?
Only 3 items.
We'll consider that the vape and the vape juice go together.
Okay, okay.
So then you can bring the power bank, the Switch, and the vape.
Hell yeah! Now that sounds fire. Yeah.
This is a personal question, but have you ever tried Zins?
No, I haven't, but I'm planning to. And I want to know if it's possible for me to make a switch. It just depends on how much I like them, you know.
Make the switch, brother.
Maybe.
This is
I've been pushing.
my final contribution to the video because I have to go. But Brandon Lee 6324 says, "Hello, Big Soprano. When is Nario coming back?" And thank you.
When is Nario coming back? Right now, motherfucker! It's a me, Nario!
All right, thank you.
Was that supposed to be
I'm
Nario?
running out.
Yeah, that was Nario. Goodbye.
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 Can you elaborate on what Nario means to you?
Nario, he's the third Mario brother, and only me and my friends know of him. He's Mario, but his name starts with an N, and he's evil. He pretends to be a homeless teenager on the street to get donations to keep him off the streets, but he actually uses it for drugs.
Okay.
Well, I've got a great question from Big Borse. What do you think are the religions of the many kingdoms of the Mario universe?
I'd say Luigi is like a pope, and the Mushroom Kingdom is Christian, and the desert levels are like Muslim.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, this next one is by Static Squid. He says, "Have you ever said the N-word before? I know you said you listen to a lot of hip hop and rap, and I know occasionally they do say their fair share of N-words. I personally do say the N-word all the time, even though I am Caucasian, just because I really don't give a fuck. Dude, have you said the N-word before?
No, even in my edgy phase, like 2016, I've never said the N-word.
Wow, that's very inspiring.
Thank you.
Would you say it for $1 million?
No.
What if I, who am black, gave you the pass?
No.
Really, nigga?
Yes.
That's beautiful.
I know, bro.
I think you passed the test.
Thank you.
You're Big Soprano.
Thank you.
A question from Cawthon Mobile, like Scott Cawthon. He's got a Freddy Fazbear profile picture, so you know he's like fucking 12. He asks, "Hey, buddy, Felix here." Oh, it's PewDiePie. PewDiePie.
Okay.
I have a problem with it too. And I assume this was about your video of a guilty addiction to smoking cigarettes. And he said, "I was wondering when you said to your dad and he told you not to inhale them, was that something you didn't understand and did it anyway? I don't really get to talk about this with anyone. So if you have some insight of how to smoke without much harm, I'd like to hear someone's perspective." Well, the reason you don't have anyone to talk about is because you're 12 years old and you play Five Nights at Freddy's. You shouldn't be smoking cigarettes.
So, I'm not sure how much I could help with teaching you on how to smoke cigarettes without much harm, but my story is I didn't start inhaling until like a few months ago when my friend told me to just hold my breath for a few seconds after I breathe in the smoke or like the cigarette or like the vape. So I can't much help you there, but you don't have to inhale. You can just blow it out.
And I know I bullied you, Mr. Cawthon. But if you want a safer way to consume nicotine, I would switch to nicotine pouches just for your own health. Like,
yeah,
seriously,
absolutely.
Avoid lungs. Your lungs are very fragile. So
yeah.
Switch.
Okay.
I have a question.
How you going,
AMP Chris, go for it, bud. Go for it.
Okay, I have a question from Sheikah1524. What do you like doing in your time? I believe he is trying to say your.
Yeah. Yeah. I like to make videos. I like to listen to music. I like to make music, especially. I like to play video games, even though I don't play them much. The only time I play a video game these days is when I'm recording for my videos. But I have fun doing that. And I like to drink energy drinks. And I also like the vape.
That's beautiful. This next one's from Tesla Driver, asleep with the wheel 4545. He says, "Can you picture yourself having kids?"
Yes, if I ever find a woman, but I'm not in the place to have kids or find a woman right now because I don't have a car.
One is from Just Some Geek Dude. "It's okay to not like some video games. I don't like half or most of modern AAA game. Maybe try some unknown indie games, or maybe the new Mario game, like Mario Wonder."
He sounds really different.
Okay.
All right.
So there are probably some very, very good indie video games out there. Like I like Duck Game. Maybe I could do a multiplayer Big Soprano video with my friends here today. So maybe
we could do It Takes Two.
Yeah, possibly.
That would be great.
What was it? What did he? Super Mario Wonder is a great game. I haven't beat it. I almost beat it, but I played it on an emulator and I had to downgrade my Windows because it was just not working at all. And I lost all my data. So I lost my Super Mario Wonder data. I lost all my beats. I lost everything.
That's very sad. Have you ever tried getting your Super Mario Wonder save data back?
There's no way I can. My computer was completely reset. I should have saved it. There's nothing I could do unless I turn back time. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, this next one is from Super Mario Gabe. He asks, "How does it feel like having all friends of different races? I personally only hang out with white people."
Is that real? Is that real? Is that real?
Answer the question.
Yes.
Big Soprano answer the question. Hold on.
All right. So I hang out with plenty of different people. I hang out with Mexicans. I hang out with black people. I hang out with white people. But I would say when it comes to my real life friends, it's like only white people, and there are the ones who bully me, not any other race.
Big Soprano. This comes from @user-rw9jt8mj50, and they ask, how long have you been clean in reference to substance abuse?
I've been clean since September. Weed, it's been a couple months, and I don't plan on ever using it again. But like hard drugs and all that, it's been since September, so next month it'll be a year.
And how about
What
porn?
about nicotine and porn?
Porn, well, I may have jacked off very recently. Unfortunately.
Can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
Did you repent to God afterwards? I think you need to go to confession, for your soul.
I should. Just like Gran
that's what my
Torino.
friend did. 7th grade, they made him confess, and he confessed. He confessed to the priest, but he just straight up said he was jerking off, and then because he thought he was never gonna see the priest, he thought he was never gonna see the priest again. And then the next week, the priest shows up and he stares at him because he repented for jerking off. He's staring at him. He's looking at him.
That's funny.
Big Dispy asked, "Do you prefer Galaxy 1 or 2?"
I prefer Galaxy 2 because Super Mario Galaxy 1 was very boring to me when I played in 2020 on 3 All-Stars Collection. It's like the moveset, the level design. Apparently Galaxy 1 has better level design.
The later you get in the game, the more fun it gets. But the early, the first 30 stars, I always found really boring.
Yeah, yes.
It's slow burn that doesn't work on a replay.
Yeah.
Facts.
I think your first time through, especially as a kid, Mario Galaxy 1 really works, but
Yes.
I couldn't get it through it
that's
on again as well. So
that's
it's
the best play though when you're a kid, and then the Wiimote kind of sucks ass. It makes it a bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing with Galaxy compared to other 3D Mario games. There's more of a learning curve with 64 and Sunshine, but it rewards people who repeat and go through the game again. Whereas Galaxy, it's more of a first time is everything. You know what I mean?
Okay, this next one comes from Super Mario 18. He
Okay.
says, "Well, how would you feel if one of your friends turned out to be a pedophile? Would you stick with them? I personally have a few friends that are pedophiles, and I've stuck with them my whole life."
I don't think I would stick with
Super
them.
Mario 18. Put their username up for
Yeah.
everyone to know.
I don't think I would stick with them, honestly.
Really?
What if it
Yeah.
was your best friend?
But AMP Chris, that's a different story. AMP Chris is my homeboy.
And he's innocent.
And he's innocent.
On Slack.
Yeah, free AMP Chris.
This next one is from Link CCXX3. He says, "I try to limit myself. Nicotine, though? Nicotine is as addictive as heroin. Both are overrated for sure, but I'm addicted." What are your thoughts on this?
Nicotine probably is as addictive as heroin because every time I don't smoke for an hour, I'm like, I could go for a smoke right now. I could do it all day.
Yeah.
Fuck the
I mean,
stupid
it's such an easy way to hit a dopamine button.
This
in your brain,
stupid fucking baby won't shut the fuck up. So
This next question is from Maxwell Anderson. He says, "I have very bad social anxiety. Whenever I have to interact with my coworkers, I feel like throwing up due to how stressful I find it. Is there any way I can fix this problem?"
Personally, I would just start talking to them more, get more experience, and get closer to them, so then you don't want to throw up.
This next question is from Mr. Freeze 128. He asks, "What are your thoughts on doing different YouTube content? Maybe a game review, maybe some Scott the Woz style content, or maybe like a Donkey style video? Or do you just plan on doing storytelling videos for the rest of your career?"
That's a great idea. I might just stick with the storytime videos until I gain 1,000 subscribers, and then I can make content that I actually want to make in the future.
What what type of content are you planning on making?
I'm planning on making like video essays and reviews and like speculation videos, not like from like a video game trailer or whatever, but comparing two completely different video games. So it's like a review, speculation review. Isn't that what a review is? It's a speculation.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, but
Alright,
okay. But why do you have this sort of arbitrary number of 1,000 that you need to reach before you start branching out? Why not?
I just want people to actually be like watch my videos that I want to make.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
Next question is from Naomi, Big Soprano.
Okay.
She asks, "What is your favorite position?"
CEO.
That's what we want to hear, bro. We must stay focused, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I got a good question. All right. This last question is from Shine Sprite Gamer. He says, "I personally have hated everything you've done, Big Soprano. From your videos to your life. It just seems very pathetic. You really just seem not to have done anything well with your life. You do drugs all day and smoke weed all day. Me personally, I spend my life doing real stuff. Like working at Best Buy and collecting Mario Party 5 plushes and making Mario renders. I have actually made a career for myself, unlike you." What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I say fuck you, bro. The Best Buy. Thanks for telling me you live at Best Buy, bro, or work at Best Buy. But where do you live? Does he have to say where he lives?
It doesn't say where he lives, but
What is if this is the final question, what does your alter ego have to say about Shine Sprite Gamer?
Fuck you piece of shit! You're fucking. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it. Out with something. Well, thank you guys for watching the video, and I hope you are celebrating my 300 sub special as much as we are. So thank you guys so much. Have a good day. All right. Friends with the Perky Man? I'm friends with the Perky Man. Hello, it's Big Soprano, and I created an email so you guys could contact me. So you could send me beats and I'll rap on it. If it's a good beat, you could ask me for advice and I'll talk about it on a video. You could tell me stories that I could read out, or you could ask me questions about myself, so I don't have to do a Q&A like every couple hundred subscribers or so. So if you want to leave more than just a comment, then shoot me an email and I'll probably talk about it in one of my videos. So thank you. So in this video I want to talk about how I can't live a fulfilling life. And what I mean by that is I have money for 2 weeks and then I'm broke for the rest of the entire month and I have to owe money to people. And the mafia is getting on my ass and it fucking sucks. I'm just kidding there, but what if they did? I mean, I'm Big Soprano after all. What if the Sopranos were after my ass? I wish I was in the Sopranos crime family. But anyways, in 2023, well actually it started in 2022, my mom started to get me on disability. And I got officially put on disability in 2023. So I was actually getting those checks like after I got kicked out of my mom's house. And for some reason she sent half the check to herself to pay for rent. And that fucking sucked. Instead of making 1,500 off of disability, I was getting only 610 to be exact. Sorry, I sound like I'm hiccuping and all that. It feels like I'm about to throw up because my nicotine milligrams is 20 in my vape, and that's outside of Canada. That's like way past like the legal limit. So, but in Canada it's legal. So don't worry, I'm not breaking any laws by smoking some 20 milligram nicotine. So don't worry about that. But yeah, it fucking sucked because for a few months I was given only $600 to live off on, and I was currently living at my dad's. And some of that money went to my dad, which he scammed me for and tried to kick me out of the house even though I paid rent. and he like called the cops and all that, and I showed the cops, yeah, I paid rent, and they're like, okay, this is not actual like documents. So that fucking sucked for me, but I did not get thanked out. I did not get kicked out, thankfully. But eventually I cut my mom off on disability. I did cut my mom off, like, as a person. I cut her off the disability, right? And I started getting full checks, which is $1,500. And for some reason, the past few months, I haven't been able to sufficiently live a fulfilling life without owing someone money. Like, it fucking sucks. Every time I get paid, I have to pay the money I owe, and then I'm left with less to live off of for like 2 weeks, and then it all goes down the fucking drain because of groceries, because of my vape juice, mainly the vape juice, because that's been costing me a lot of money. Like, the last amount of time my vape juice lasted was 3 days. So I just got new vape juice like 2 days ago, and the one before that only lasted 3 days. So hopefully mine doesn't go like fucking empty tomorrow, which would fucking suck. But the past few months, I haven't been able to sufficiently live a fulfilling life at all. Before, I would be able to sufficiently use my $1,500 that I make off disability, but now I just can't live off it. And I don't know what I was doing, because I was still paying for groceries, I was still paying rent, and I was still paying for my vape juice, you know? And rent's a big thing. A big part of my paycheck. It's like $700, so then I'm left with like $800, and then I gotta pay my phone bill with which is $100, and then I gotta pay the money I owe, and then I gotta buy vape juice like multiple times over the month, and I gotta buy groceries multiple times a month, and it all just adds up. It fucking sucks. I can't even buy myself shit. I'm instantly broke thanks to groceries and my vape juice. In the first 2 weeks of getting paid, I'm already broke, and I owe money for groceries and vape juice. And it's been like that for months. I haven't owed money since like March or April groceries. I haven't owed money since like March or April. Like, no, I started owing money since like March or April. I didn't in March or April. And groceries and vape juice really add on to my bills, so I'm always broke. It would be nice to make money online. If you guys are willing to, you know, subscribe to a Patreon, or if I got enough subscribers to get like super subscribers, let me know if you'd be down to join that. I'm not asking for money at all. Whatever you do with your money is your choice, okay? I'm not begging for money at all. And to be frank, I kind of don't want your money. And all I would use that money is to live off of, and without owing people money. That's like the only thing it would go for. But if I was making a substantial amount of money, I would be spending that on myself for sure. I will let you know that. It's not gonna go on stupid shit like drugs or whatever. But it would definitely help with my vape juice purchases. You get what I'm saying? Hopefully when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I could set or stream. I could set up donations and super subscriber rewards, maybe even a Patreon. I just can't live life without being broke, and I don't want to get a job. I see my doctor on the 20th because I need to see my doctor before I get a job. I have several underlying mental issues from doing drugs, past trauma, and things I had my whole life. Working a job is so much harder for me than it is for others, and I can't see myself working a job and enjoying it ever again. Because the last time I enjoyed a job was only McDonald's, and that's only because my friends were there. So I did not enjoy that at all. I don't enjoy getting money anymore. I don't enjoy the grind. And now that I have no friends in real life, I really have nowhere else to go. And basically I only have one IRL friend, but he actually moved away. So yeah, my life kind of sucks. But I'm not asking for money. I know I brought that up, but I am not asking for your money. Please know that. Hey, it's Big Soprano, and I opened an email for YouTube videos, so you guys could send me questions. you could ask for advice, and you could like tell stories or whatever, and I'll give my thoughts. And you could also send me beats that I will rap on. Like, I won't rap on all of them, but if you do send me beats, I'll let you know in the video or whatever if it's like a good beat or not, and I'll probably play it in the video, and that would be really awesome, and I could rap on it, you know? So today I'm gonna talk about my experience with nicotine withdrawals, and why not start off when I first got a vape? So in 2023, I'm living with my aunt. You know, I'm free from my dad's grasp. Yeah, I had a horrible time at my dad's, and I'm still trying to shake off all those bad memories at my aunt, like all those bad memories from my dad's place. So I stay at my aunt's, which it was pretty fun, you know, staying at my aunt's. But as you know, they kicked me out because I didn't have a job, you know, and then that led me to doing drugs, and that led me to go to the homeless shelter, and I got out of the homeless shelter, and that leads us to where we are now, where I'm living at my other aunt's, and things are honestly pretty great. It's the most stable house I've ever been in my entire life, honestly. Like, no abusive brother, no homeless people, no terrible people, no dad. That's good. Like, in my case, having no dad is good, because I want to stay far away from that motherfucker, like, as far as possible away from him. I don't even answer his calls, and in fact, I blocked his number because he always rages at me on calls, you know, and it's really shitty because, like, whenever he gets mad, he does the stupid voice like, "You little piece of shit!" Like, it's really fucking horrible to hear. It's horrible, like, for my ears, but also my soul. Like, my heart just sinks. Like, wow, this is what my dad really thinks of me. You know, he does do that, by the way. If you think it's more than an impression. It's actually just it's honestly like trauma bonding, you know, like, that was my experience with my dad on a phone call. So yeah, so in 2023, my brother got me a vape so I could stop smoking cigarettes, because he didn't want me to stink up the place, and also I could smoke the vape inside, you know, and meanwhile I can't with the cigarette. And he did not want me to get in trouble for smoking cigarettes. Meanwhile, my aunt's friend smokes cigarettes in the backyard, like, all the time on the deck. So it did not matter in the end. I did not have to get into vaping, but it was a nice replacement to cigarettes, because I could just smoke that anytime I want, and it was very reliable. It was very portable, because cigarettes you can't smoke inside, so it was more portable than, you know, a cigarette, since you can't smoke that inside. So I've been smoking from a vape ever since, every single day, and I used to just go outside and smoke my vape, like when I first started living at my current place with my aunt. But I decided to just smoke inside, and I'm not allowed to, but hopefully they don't find out, you know. But yeah, we're in 2024. When I run out of vape juice and can't get it the day of it running out, I get really irritable. Like, anything could piss me off. Like if it was something that already pissed me off, but only slightly, I would take out my anger on it. And I take it out on my friends. I take it out on my mom. I haven't taken it out on on the family I live with, because, you know, I don't want to get kicked out. I've been very nice to them, and I just never want to get kicked out again. So I respect them a lot for taking me in, and I have no reason to freak out at them over nothing. Because honestly, every time I have a problem with them, I realize that it's literally nothing. I could just bring it up, and they will probably, you know, change or whatever. And I'm not even forcing them to. You know, it's their place. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But I just hope my opinion is heard, or my feelings are heard, not just my opinion, you know? So recently I couldn't get vape juice. I ran out. I asked my mom if she could drive and get some, and I pay since I don't have a car. And she said no. You want to know what I did? I called her a stupid bitch because of course I did. That was fucking horrible of me. Like, what the hell? That was too far of me. My mom has done everything for me in my life, and I decided to take out my anger on a little annoyance that I'm not getting my vape juice over that. Because, like, whenever you're going through nicotine withdrawals, it feels like your life depends on it, you know? You get really obsessed with nicotine. You're probably obsessed smoking it, but you get even more obsessed to the point where, like, it probably hurts your head a little bit, you know? That like, you feel, like, intense feelings when you're not smoking it, you know? I apologize since, and I'm on good terms with my mom, since she's the one who brings me the vape juice. I don't know what I'm gonna do when she moves away, since I don't have a car and there's no vape shop in walking distance. Maybe I could order vape juice, but what if I don't have money? And I had the nerve to call her a bitch. I do not support treating your mother this way. I would say it was the nicotine withdrawals, since I didn't have vape juice for a day. But the next day she grabbed me vape juice, which was great of her. So, thankfully, I got my vape juice, and my mom forgave me for the horrible comments I made, which I don't think anyone should do that. But it's not just me who holds, like, nicotine on such a high pedestal in their life. Like, my friend couldn't find his Zims, and he was yelling at his friend over the phone where they are because he thought he stole them or whatever. And if you're watching this, I'm not dissing you. I'm just saying, like, you know, I think that's what nicotine does to people, because it does that to me. And this was only a recent example. I have experienced nicotine withdrawals in my life, but I don't really take it out on anyone. And I've taken it out on my friends and my mom, and that was honestly really shitty of me. And I won't be doing that ever again. At least I hope not. I could say I won't do it again. Hey, it's Big Soprano. I'm not gonna stop mentioning this until a video blows up, but I created an email so you guys could send me beats, preferably like trap shit. I'm fine with like laid back stuff, but you guys could send me questions. You guys could send me, like, you could ask for advice, like you could tell a story and ask for my advice on it and all that. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for the email so far, but I haven't had enough to make a video about it. So I'd appreciate it if you guys drop some more emails. So today I'm going to talk about my experience with depression. You know, like a low mood and, you know, like all that, like a terrible state of mind. You know, that's what depression is. And I've experienced the mental state of depression for nearly 4 years in my life. I'm on medication. I've been taking medication for 3 years. But I'm on medication and all that. I've been taking medication for 3 years. So for me, what depression looks like is a low mood, like very, you know, depressed. And that's what the term is, you know, feeling very, very low. And my mom has told me, like, my meds make me too low and all that. And also what it looks like for me is refusal to get help. Like, get help from, like, you know, taking a break from your mind, like, you know, maybe going outside and all that. And refusal for, like, therapy or any mental health support. And what it also looks like is isolation. Like, isolating myself from friends, isolating myself from family members. That's what I typically do when I'm depressed. So I first fell into depression when my mom sent me and my brother into a foster home after my other brother got charged with a crime in 2020. So the very, like, last, like, I'm not sure if it was like December or November, but it was like the very end of 2020. My mom sent me and my brother to a foster home. And fun fact, my brother is still in a foster home to this day because he chose that. I don't know what's going through his head, but he decided that's better. So I guess he's not coming back anytime soon. But yeah, after something happened with my older brother, my mom sent me and my younger brother to a foster home, and that put me in an incredibly dark place. Like, I was very depressed, like one of the most depressed I've ever been. But I will talk about the most depressed I've ever been later in the video. So I felt suicidal at that time. I went to school but found no point in going, since I was going back home to a foster home, which isn't my real home, you know? Like, when you're after like a hard day or whatever, or a long day, you just want to go back home and relax, you know? But what, ruined it for me was just going back to a place I didn't call home. So that made me very depressed at the time, and I didn't like it at all. I isolated myself like all the time during this. Like, I didn't talk to like the workers there or the other kids that were at the foster home, because it was like a government place or whatever. Like, it's a government house with like workers and other kids there, I did not talk to like any of them at all. I was isolating myself a lot, and I didn't see my friends at all, since how school worked during the pandemic was you could only hang out on the floor your class is on during lunch, and you had one class for the entire day for several months. And unluckily, I did not have any friends in my class, and I did not have any friends on the same floor as me, so I couldn't like hang out with my friends to feel better. It was honestly hell. Like, it fucking sucked. Like, I didn't experience depression during the pandemic until my mom sent us to a foster home, because at the time I lost dozens of bonds, or at least like I couldn't like talk to them all the time. Like, I lost dozens of bonds with multiple people, and I lost multiple things I do or enjoy. And for some reason, I decided to not let myself enjoy things since I was in a foster home. It's a weird mindset, but let me explain it. What I wanted to do was not ruin good memories I made to be associated with the foster home. And it honestly sounds stupid, but it was a really big deal to me. Like, all I felt during the foster home was pain and sadness, and anything that makes me happy would get like associated with the foster home. So I didn't want that to happen. So I restricted myself from being happy and all that, and that fucking sucked. And anyways, the worst depression I ever felt was when I was homeless. I was in the shelter and felt lonely. Like, everyone there is kind of a piece of shit. Like, the workers are alright, but I feel like they talk behind my back and all that, because I swear I heard some things and all that, and it felt like the entire world was against me. Like, I didn't like anyone at the shelter, and they were honestly all pretty terrible people, honestly. I could see how they ended up there, but it was honestly pretty terrible time for me. I was really sad. I was just heartbroken that I'm even homeless, and I didn't see my friends much, and I couldn't go on my computer because, it's a desktop, not a laptop. So I just kept my computer at my aunt's. Not my current aunt's where I stay at, but my other aunt's. And what helped me cope was going outside every day, since the shelter kicks everyone out at 11 a.m. and reopens at 1 p.m. That gave me time to go outside and enjoy the world. I would keep my mind busy by buying snacks, drinks, or food from local places and consume them in a public place. That honestly helped me. Now I kinda isolate a lot. Sometimes I don't want to see my family because they honestly piss me off sometimes, but it's little things that bother me. Anyways, what helped with my depression is finding things to do. For me, I consume an energy drink at a specific time of the day while watching videos to give myself a lift. And for some reason, it honestly helps. I thought it would make my depression worse, but no, it honestly helps. But yeah, my meds make me too low, my mom said. So what helps is going to therapy and seeing my friends and making videos. So you just gotta talk about your feelings, honestly. Talking about my problems on YouTube has made me get over them quicker. But now I'm still depressed because I don't want to get a job for other mental health issues. And I'm scared if I get a job and it goes wrong again. So that's why I don't have a job.